This morning, many of you woke up to see that the internet, or rather the Twitter street, was agog. What was the topic again? Many people, questioned. What has David done this time around? It turns out that the topic today is one of those that many Nigerians they hear about, they talk about them, but no one cares to really look deep and understand what is behind the veil. David wrote about Bola Ahmed Tinubu, from drug lord to presidential candidate. Again, some will say that this is politics, and the other will say, well, politics or not, let us have the facts. I have the privilege of having to speak one-on-one with the author of this article this evening. Here with me is David Eendears. David, you're welcome to Njenje Media TV.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, David. Now, I understand that in one of your Twitter spaces that you basically attended, you alluded to the fact that the Buhari government had affected you so much to the point that you had to leave the country and you lost some of the things that you've built in Nigeria up to the moment you left. And to crown it all, that the Eendears dealt with you. Would you mind recapping, if you don't mind, what Eendears actually did to you and how you got entangled in that web?
Well, I'm not a fan of putting myself at the center of what was clearly like a decentralized youth movement, right? So it wasn't about me, but it just so happened that after the protest itself ended, of course, we know the incident that ended the protest, the massacre at the Lekki Toll Plaza. I was given access to certain documents which essentially implicated the government with regard to knowledge of who was responsible for what happened, because these documents essentially stated that the internet outage that people in parts of Lekki, Ikoyi, and Victoria Island experienced at exactly the time the Lekki massacre was taking place, that the mobile network operators had nothing to do with it, that their fiber optic cables were literally sabotaged at that exact moment. So people actually dug up their fiber optic cables and sabotaged them at exactly 7:10 p.m. on that night, which was exactly the time when the massacre began. So clearly that implicated the state and federal government, because they are the only people who even had access to such things. Because bear in mind that there was a statewide curfew that had been declared. So clearly it was only a government entity that would have been out at that time and that even knew where to even find this infrastructure and disrupt it. And by implicating the government in disrupting that infrastructure at that specific time, by extension, that's also implicating the government in having foreknowledge of the massacre, which would essentially be circumstantial evidence that the massacre was a premeditated thing. And I knew that if I published this story while I'm in the country, they're going to pull me in. They're going to want to know who my source is. It's not going to end well. So I made the decision in November 2020 to get up and leave, basically to leave the country.
So good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Mazezoke here. This is a replay of the interview I had with David Eendears on this subject matter. And today we are revisiting the same subject matter. As I do always tell us, Nigeria is nothing but a criminal enterprise, as Peter Obi said in one of the meetings with the support group over last week, that this is the only country where people who do the right thing are punished, but people who are actually criminals are being given national honor. And as it is, this same thing is playing out in our own very eyes. This evening, what we are going to do, because as you all know, this platform is evidence-based, what we are going to do as much as possible is to once more hear from David the perspective, because he is the one that started all these things. This is something that, it's just like Nigerians had already forgotten. David is the one who dug up all these things and started bringing it to the fore. Now, for those of you who wish to have your say, because this evening is nothing about, is nothing but for everyone to really come in here and have their say. If you want to come up, in the studio and say what you think about this revelation, because before now, recall that this was actually being denied, but now there are incontrovertible evidence, certified true copy, which is going to form the basis of our presentation this evening. I don't think any sane human being, after watching this, would actually go back and think that this is not true. Now, to join us in the studio, what you have to do is, if you check on, if you're watching us on YouTube, you would see in the comment section a link to join. We have someone already here already. Those probably joined from WhatsApp group. If you are not on Njenje Media WhatsApp group, you're missing a lot, because that's where all the Zoom link, all the informations are being shared, all the meetings that are happening. So when people say, how do I know when things are happening? You have to join the WhatsApp group or you join the Telegram group. So these things are being shared on the Telegram group, and it's also being shared on the WhatsApp groups. So if you're joining us for the first time, please, by all means, do subscribe to this platform. What we are going to look at this evening is that the US court today has released certified true copies of Bola Ahmed Tinubu's drug dealings and money laundering case in Chicago. So this is no longer, oh, that is not true. This is not whatever. It is an American. You'll be blown away today. Evidence abound. So if you want everybody to hear this story, this is proper gist. We don't touch anything if it is not authentic. What we are seeing today, no media house in Nigeria would ever give you this level of details, allow you to go through this document page after page. Now, many of you will shout, oh, Nigerian government is not working. This, yeah, 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 yeah. Now you have the opportunity, even if when government fails you, you don't need to fail yourself. If government says they like it when things are jagad, you don't need to allow it. You have to also sit up and begin to look at how, you know, you begin to look at how you get yourself really out of this mess that you are in by using your PVC wisely. So if you're on YouTube, if you look at the pinned section, the link to join is there. Now, without wasting much of our time, let's quickly listen to David. Then I will show us the document, because I want David to give us the basis for this discussion this evening. So let's see if we can get that in now. Hold on. I would ask you, what informed, I would say, how and why did you start digging this particular piece that you dropped today?
I mean, this for months. Like months ago, I had already made a decision that I wanted to do a story about this guy specifically, because I consider him to be one of the primary architects in the disaster that was visited on Nigeria in 2015 and onward. I feel as if he is so far, like, history has not properly documented his role in the sheer amount of destruction that has taken place over the past 7 years. I think he's recognized more as just, oh, he's the guy who just just funded Buhari's campaign. He was just the, this money man from Lagos who spent money on Buhari's campaign, gave Buhari his private jet and whatnot. So, even Buhari's people went around saying things like, "Oh, it wasn't because of him that we won. We have our numbers in the north, blah 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 blah." But so I feel as if the amount of contribution that this guy had to what happened has not been acknowledged so far, and I felt like I needed to tell the story. I'm someone who believes very much in the power of stories. I believe that when something momentous, something important happens, and you don't tell the story of that thing, then you are essentially uh, taking away the rights of future generations to know that this thing happened. Right? I consider it to be a travesty when an important story isn't told, and that's
So at this point, in my conversation with David, what I did ask him was why all of a sudden he started following Bola Tinubu, trying to remove his underpants, you know, and he did. He did. He's the young man, the person you're looking at now is actually the person who started something that many thought was already dead. He broke it down in a manner that, it was. I think he's David is the publisher of uh, African Weekly Journal. Is it? If I'm not mistaken, I will find the actual name. But and it's these informations are in the public space. These informations are in the public space. The only thing David did was to actually take his time, get these informations from the public space, put them in a readable format where it makes sense, and begin to show all of us. Now, when this came out, some people, especially the Abado gangs, they started saying, oh, this is not true. This is not true. This happened. The other one happened. But here we have the detailed documents. I think the documents here, okay, I think we need to extract them to share them because we need to look at this document page by page. So for us to see. And it is the same document released in long ago. What the only difference here is because people are beginning to doubt if this is authentic or not, they've now released it with a notar seal that says yes, this is authentic from the US court. You know what that has done? That has given one blow, seven apples. Because those running around telling you they will do XYZ. Now, with this document, armed with this document, you can actually call them drug dealers. You can actually call them money launderers. Eh? You can actually call them that they have laundered money. They're laundering money when they did because they were convicted. When someone is convicted and you know it gets to a point of for future the individual forfeited the money in question. So it's no longer about this. It is something being speculated about. No, it is real. It happened. It happened. And you're looking at it and you think only in Nigeria do you have a two leading candidates, two candidates. One is a convicted drug dealer, a convicted money launderer, right? Convicted in the sense that you went through the court process, you struck a deal. Okay, we've done it, but you know, I'm going to forfeit. I bought this house, I bought this with these proceed of this. Okay, I give it out. The other candidate is a candidate that has dealings with Siemens. We have, clearly again the same America. Yet they all want to die in the same America. They all want to look for visa to the point of even paying $5.9 million for someone to arrange a visa. Someone actually said, well, they are canceling themselves out, that maybe these Notary Republic that came out, these US certifying this that came out, could be as a result of the other one going to America. I don't need to dignify them to, start mentioning name. Maybe because of the other one, the other one with, yeah, you know what I mean. So one is trying to cancel it, not trying to cancel the other. So the question is, who is actually behind it? Then people like me will say, does it matter who is behind it? If Mazes okay is a criminal and the law court says I am, then I am. No, please don't mess it for me if I am. Let them do with me and do with me however you wish. We must begin to look at things the way they are. So David will now come in and destroy the whole thing, expose these things. The moment David finishes, then we will now do the expose and show this document. I have people here, I have Mezia and I have Ako. I do acknowledge you guys that you're already in the studio. You would have your time shortly to have your say, because at this platform we give everyone the opportunity to say their mind. You come here, condition is you have to turn on your camera. If you turn on your camera, ensure your microphone is on, and ensure you're not naked. You basically you're well, you're putting on something and you're sitting upright. You're not lying down in your bed. Then of course you come in and you have your say. People, having said that, let's quickly go back and bring in David Hyundai and let's hear from David at this point.
And he essentially has influence over the US Secretary of State, who has the power to prescribe or not prescribe this thing. If she prescribes this thing, it makes it weaker, which reduces his chances of winning the election. If she does the opposite, his chances of winning the election go up. What do you think he's going to do? It's clear what he's going to do. He's a selfish person. He's a Machiavellian. He's a Malthusian. That's just how he is, right? So the fact that innocent people are going to whatever, that's not Bola Tinubu's problem. His problem is that he wants to win an election, and he won this election. It worked brilliantly. It worked, right? And this is not just some random accusation that I'm throwing out. As I said, if you go to the article and read the letter, which I screenshotted in there, there's also a link to the actual. I forget the senator's name, but his website where the letter was initially published. You will see all these thoughts expressed in far greater detail than anything that I've expressed. So this isn't something that I personally came up with. It's something which is very well known in intelligence circles and in diplomatic circles. That's how influence peddling works. So this was somebody that I thought the world needs to hear this guy's story. In addition to having this sort of very dirty past, which, by the way, is not unique to him. There are lots of public figures in Nigeria who have backgrounds where things like drug smuggling or drug trafficking, money laundering were heavily implied, if not openly evident. I've done a story before about a fellow called, I think it's called the fellow who owns the company that prints Nigerian passports, basically, or the company that has the rights to print Nigerian passports. Fisher, yeah, that's his name, man. Basically, this guy used to be a diplomat, and he was fired from the diplomatic service for using his diplomatic pouch to transport cocaine.
So before
the drug trafficker when he was in the Nigerian diplomatic service, I've done a story about.
So let's allow David to drink some water, then and let's bring in these documentations and take some of your comments. Now, hold on. Let's take some of let's bring in the documentations here, because the documents are, I must tell you, the documents are overwhelming. But now, before now, you could be saying If you're too sure, let me redirect Niger in. Hello, good evening. Okay, so Omoye Kona, you're welcome here, and I have Meze here. How are you? Your camera, please. Yes, thank you.
Hello,
Yes.
good evening.
Okay, so you're making up on set. Now,
No, I'm putting on lip gloss. My lips are a bit
okay. So,
chapped.
how do you guys see the story that broke before we start sharing um, the documentations of what we have unearthed?
The question again? Sorry.
So, how do you guys feel about this? The story that just broke late this afternoon that the U.S. court has certified the document that really nailed Bola Tinubu before as a drug baron and as a money, obviously someone who has engaged in money wishy-washy.
Yeah,
Well, sorry.
No, sorry.
Um,
Omoye, go ahead.
okay. So, greetings, Njenje, Media
Yes,
TV. Thank you very much for doing this. I'm always looking around for anything that has to do with it. I'm there. So, I mean,
but this is Jagabandit now, not P2B, right?
Yes, of course. For now, it's Jagaban, and I'm here for it too, because we know that his hands are filthy. We know that he has no character, literally has zero character. And again, those documents have been floating online for the longest time, even though now it's just been certified by the US courts. But I have, David and Day did an extensive work, trying to, unravel the details of what went on and how these people went about doing, basically letting us know that the person coming out to run as a candidate in the presidency in Nigeria is a drug baron, and he's a fraud as a human being. You check the meaning of fraud, his name is right next to it. So I really am not shocked. I am only happy that this is playing out again, because I don't think, as Nigerians, we're very, very forgetful. We forget so easily. I remember when those documents came out, people didn't even really pay attention to it. And it amazed me that such level of work was put into that document, and no, a lot of people didn't really bother to read and understand the nature of the candidate that is coming out to rule you. So I'm not to say to just to put it out there. I'm not shocked. It was only a matter of time. Everything about him is fraudulent. We need to keep re-echoing it, because Nigerians don't remember anything. We keep forgetting, because it's one thing after the next and after the next and after the next. We have fine journalists all over the world that cannot do their job in peace in Nigeria. So I'm not shocked. I'm actually happy that it's resurfacing, as the elections get closer. I'm very, very excited, and I'm here for it.
Thank you very much. So before I take Mezia here, let me quickly, as a means of, throwing it open for everyone to see. You can see now at the top here, if I highlight this is basically showing us a true copy, attest Thomas G. Bruton Clark by John Koo, U.S. District Court, Northern District of Illinois, August 10, 2022. Now, the question is August 10, 2022. So this actually getting to 2 months now, or roughly about 6 weeks. This was done, but no one knew until it kind of came out today. And some people are already insinuating, oh, maybe they knew and they tried to sit on it so that it doesn't come out. but there is limit to what their money can do outside Nigeria. There is another school of thought that thinks, oh, maybe they knew, and until the other gang of criminals went to America recently, and obviously, and maybe had it, you know, spoke with someone to get it released. And sorry, I've been corrected now. That's over three. That's 3 months now. That's August, September, October, November. Jesus Christ, that's over 3 months that this document was actually. Because I recall that I had these my conversation with David was sometime in July. I think around July 13th or 17th. Can recall the date, but that's when the moment he wrote that article, I woke up, the Twitter was agog. Obviously, as a friend, I inboxed him. I said, David, can you grant me an interview within the next couple of hours? And he agreed, and we had the interview. My question to you guys now is, what do you think influenced, or that this now came out? Do you think it has anything to do with politics, Mezia?
Yeah, thank you, Mazi. Yeah, I'm really happy with the work you've been doing. So, yeah, that's really great. With regards to this, I think I'm not really sure why they had to, put up this. The US have to put up this. Um, Probably they they did it to create awareness to help Nigerians understand the kind of leaders they want to elect, and then to um, help them to make decision. But the thing is, US is, they always do try to do the right thing and set standards. But the problem now is, will Nigerians be able to make use of this? And I don't think so, because the way that the Nigerians, even especially the youths, are rallying around these politicians like Bola Tinubu and Atiku, and you know it just it just makes me to think that Nigerians are not really ready to solve the problems in Nigeria. Um, so with all this information, for me, I still don't believe that they're
So
just
you
gonna be.
so basically, let me help you out here. So
Yeah,
basically, you do not trust Nigerians in their reasoning to
yeah,
actually get angry with the information presented before them and do the needful.
most. I think that there's certain number of people that can use this, especially mostly the middle class, right? They can actually make use of this, but a lot of Nigerians who are actually um not really don't really have a good job. It's really, I think they're not really thinking, they're just thinking about how to survive, how to, who is gonna, what they're gonna get from these politicians. And they're just thinking about today, not thinking about their future. But the middle class who have something good doing, they'll think that, okay, if they get that money now, what about tomorrow? So you just start to understand, okay, what's the population of these people now, you know, and that's gonna be the deciding factor here. From the way I'm seeing things, and it's very, very annoying to. It's very, it's not really. So I'm not really happy about it, because if these politicians get in there, it's still the same status quo. It's not, nothing is gonna change. So that
But
is
why
my.
don't you cut, the Nigerian populace, just cut them some slack? I mean, obviously, you have people who engaged in NSAS. You have people last year who did their first anniversary of NSAS. You have people this year who did second anniversary of Eendears against all odds.
Yeah.
Police came out with tear gas, did everything, yet they came out. I mean, sometimes when we talk about Nigerians and their inability to act with certain informations, isn't it fair on them to say, well, considering the environment where you are, because when someone has pauperized you, why it appears that some Nigerians and most Nigerians in the diaspora are more vocal is because yes, they can actually say anything to their boss in the office, and if anything happens to if it happens to them in the office, most of them do have union representatives to actually fight on their behalf. But if you are in an environment where someone who controls you with 30,000 and obviously and still unable to even pay you that same basic 30,000 for months and months and months and months, as in the case of Imo State, when the then governor Richard Okorocha was there, where teachers were owed for months. At some point, someone owes you for so long, it now comes to you and say, okay, let's now pay you half of your money. What will you do? If you go to court, you don't even have money to go to court. Suddenly, rather than you actually, really smacking the individual in question for really abusing you, because that's what the individual has done, which is illegal, which is criminal, which is, I mean, it's unprint. I can use unprintable names, but you find out that the person has been abused beyond measures, and that individual then begins to consider that tokenism, it's no longer about your sweat, but about now you think the individual is doing you a favor. Isn't that the case here? Where maybe all these monies that they've, stolen through drug and through other means in a nation where you see your the same gang of thieves. I have no regrets in calling them because that is what defines and that's what they are. The same gang of thieves who would go and steal oil. Yet you have men who've told you that they are the best in the industry, who supervise the same oil sector, and they all form deaf and dumb and blind, that they do not see all the video clips and all the conversations being generated around that, and nothing happens. Isn't that they've weakened the Nigerian mind in doing anything?
Yeah. I would say you're absolutely right.
I have Andy is joining us, but it's fine. Go ahead.
I would
Yeah.
say you're absolutely right.
You're,
I have I think Eddie, check if you're joined. If you have two browsers open, you close one because when I bring you in, it echoes. Please check that. Go ahead, Mezier. Then
yeah.
Omoye will take over.
Okay. I mean, you're absolutely right in that regard. It's quite different over here in the in the Western world. The way things are being done here. Um, I understand in Nigeria they try to use that as a strategy to weaken the people, and coming up with building up to this election, and even how things are quite difficult in Nigeria now. So a lot of people are just they just want to survive in any way, and if these politicians comes around, but what I'm hoping is they can take those money from them, and I hope that when they want to vote, that they will vote wisely, and they wouldn't, because the vote is going to be, I hope it's going to be some secret where you don't really have to show anybody. After voting, you have to show somebody that you voted this person or that. I think we in that regards is going to help. But let's look at what happened in Anambra State. um I'm I was really happy what happened there. Even there was an old woman that somebody gave money, but he still refused. I know that the other politician, Andrew, but he shared a lot of money, but still that did not stop people to vote the person they feel that is gonna, change the state for the better. If the rest of Nigerians can think like that, and vote the person they believe will change this country for
Now,
better.
now read
Yeah.
this. Now read this, and that would lead to me bringing in Omoye before I bring in Andy here. He says, how many Nigerians will be able to reject 20,000, 10,000, or 5,000 inducement during the presidential election? The answer is only very few of us. They already weaponized poverty in Nigeria. I think Messier has dropped off. Okay. Now, while I would want, let me have a lady take on that. Omoye, Omoye's corner. Do you think that assertion is correct? That not many Nigerians can actually resist the temptation of taking 25, 10,000?
Um, well, I want to say yes and no. Yes, with regards to the fact that we all know that they weaponized poverty, because this is what these leaders do. This, you know, demonic, I'm sorry to use that word, selfish leaders do. So to keep the people subject to them, they make them, they weaponize the poverty, from the very interior of Nigeria up onto the cities. You have people that are collecting 5,000, 2,000, and the rest. But at the same time, though, at the same time, even with the weaponization of the poverty that we have seen, there are people who are still rejecting these funds because now they're beginning to understand that accepting those monies is not going to change anything. They're recognizing that, my taking my 2K or 10,000, is that going to, so I'll take your money today and then in the next 8 years, I won't see you until the next 8 years. People are also beginning to understand that. And I want us to give credit to Nigerians. They're really fighting, even though the circumstances are not as pleasant as we all see, we all observe what's going on. The suffering is real. So people are not at this. Yes, there's some people who will still take that monies, because I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, they're beginning to reject it. No, but there are also people that we know are not, don't have much, but are now beginning to realize that, look, taking that 10K and that bag of rice is not going to do me any good. I need to be fighting for the future of my children, for the future of those and people who cannot speak for themselves. So it's a yes or no answer for me. That's how I see it.
Okay. So, Eddie, if you don't mind, if you could sit up properly before we bring you back, please. If you could sit up, if you don't mind. I know it is late. You are in the other room, but at least for the benefit of the fact that this is a presentation that is being done. But I would, while you do that, Yakubu, right? Joe Yakubu. So,
Yes,
what's
sir.
your take?
Actually, I wasn't. I just came into. I don't know what the question. So I don't know.
Okay, okay. So the question is that we are looking at the Nigerians, the how they, because we have people saying that the Nigerians, after hearing that this, after seeing this documentation that's been presented regarding Bola Tinubu being entangled in a drug business and a money laundry business, that people will still go ahead and find ways to vote for him. And the question is, are Nigerians really that gullible, or is it that they've been bought over, or that they've been beaten down, that they can no longer really think for themselves? Okay.
Okay. Thank you for the privilege to speak on your platform, sir. I remain Joel Yakubu. I want what one thing I want to say. I'm from the north. I know how much we have suffered in the north. So if you look at it critically, a lot of uh, we have have presidents from the north side of the Nigeria. They rule over 40 years, roughly, right? Then, if we say we are all Nigerian, why is it a different, why is it so hard for all Nigerians to accept somebody that's coming from the Igbo land? That's what I'm answering a question before I come into that. So, and the reason why things are happening like that, if you look at it critically, a lot of times, right? Uh, a lot people are not knowledgeable about so many things that is going on. Why? Because the rich guys will come and just say, okay, take this money, go and do this, and they will keep quiet and go and do it quietly, which they use that very poverty based on what the last speaker said. They weaponize the poverty. Now they make things, the prices of everything higher. People don't have money to do anything, right? And now, if they see this very information that comes out against this very person, he may use money to cover their eyes with it and say, oh, this thing happened years ago. Forget about it. One thing that I love about America, if you do something 100 years ago, they will still remember that and they'll use it against you. But Nigerians don't have that very thing because the
No,
information
no, no, no.
doesn't
Okay,
go.
Nigeria doesn't have that. Is it as a result of the government or as a result of the citizens?
I would say both ways. Some of the citizens don't want to get themselves knowledgeable about things that is going on around them. But based on what our principal is coming out now to sell, people's eyes are opening. So I think this very thing is going to hit a lot of is going to go a long way with this very information. It's going to go a long way. People will start looking at him.
Okay,
And
now, sorry,
okay,
just finish
sorry.
your thought. Let me do something. Go ahead, finish your thought.
Okay.
I will take.
Yeah. So a lot of people would now look at this very document and see the person because he was asked several times, what is the source of your income? Is not showing. He's not very truthful in a lot of things. Education
But
background, you are not true.
he is the owner of Lagos. He is the Columbus, the one who discovered Lagos.
Yeah, because he was
Before
allowed to
Hitler was
do
working
that.
in Lagos.
He was allowed to do that because the people are there allow him to do that. And most of these rich guys around that place are benefiting from whatever thing he's doing. That's why they are quiet. And our principal is going to expose a lot of them. That's why they are angry about whatever thing he's saying.
Okay,
He mentioned
let's
something. Yeah, sorry, sir.
now. Sorry, I need to interject here. Let's quickly do something and come back to the subject matter here, people.
Okay, sir.
If I look at this section so highlighted, and it says, and I will read it out for everyone because I know some of us may have tiny, telephones, and it reads. I wouldn't start from. Oh, well, let's for the benefit of for clarity, let's start from from point one. Sorry, if we start from point one and it reads, I have been a special agent with an internal revenue service, hereafter IRS, in the criminal investigation division for over 15 years. So the man who investigated this case is saying, and again, for attention here, for clarity, for those of you joining us now, for you to understand what is happening, please read this. This was done 26th of July, 1993. 26th of July, 1993. When was June 12th? June 12th, 1990 what? 1993. So why June 12th was happening? So you know those who fight for your democracy. Why June 12th was being battled in Nigeria? Someone was somewhere, these things were already happening, so that will put context and timeline to this. Now, if we start from point one here, it clearly says, I have been a special agent with the Internal Revenue Services, thereafter IRS, in a criminal investigation division for over 15 years. It gets interesting. As it's detailed more specifically below, there is probable cause to believe that funds, then I highlight, in certain bank account controlled by Bola Tinubu were involved in financial transaction in violation of 18 USC, article blah 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 blah, and represent proceeds of drug trafficking. Not This is not Nigerian court, and this wasn't done yesterday because it's contesting an election. This is something that they've sat on for so many years, knowing that this is true. It says, in violation, again, proceeds, no, let's start from proceeds of drug trafficking. Therefore, these funds are forfeitable to the United States under blah, 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 blah again, right? So we will begin to dig more into this as we go on. The question now for every one of us here, I think someone else also joined us. You're welcome. That is Fidelis Obi. Also, you're welcome. The stream is Fidelis. So if you're not speaking, you can mute until you're called upon. Now, in view of this, I want to ask us as Nigerians, very straightforward question. I will start with Eddie on this. Do you think by virtue of this now being confirmed to be true that he should, as someone who has been convicted of money laundering and fraud or drug related crime, and by means of acceptance that those money that was forfeited came as a proceed of this drug crime, do you think that he should, or Nigerians should call for him to be disqualified from running the presidency of the Federal Republic of Nigeria?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you very much for giving me the audience. Your question is very, very valid, but we're dealing with Nigeria and Nigerians, like most of us have stated on this this chat group. That lady Liz Truss in the UK ex-prime minister, I think, yeah, she resigned on some flimsy basis of she couldn't execute her job. Talk less of someone who's been caught doing drugs in a country like Nigeria. I don't think he would agree to step down. I don't know if it's in our law or if INEC has the power to disqualify him from this coming election. I'm not sure which is which. Nothing is ever straightforward in Nigeria at all. I've been on this guy's page, Festus Kem, I think is his chief speaker, something like that. There's been no mention of something in that nature, or trying to debunk anything, or trying to, make some
so, but what do you expect them to debunk? They must be in the kitchen now cooking,
Exactly.
We all saw what happened on Sunday, where they suddenly came out to tell us the only reason why he didn't attend is because he doesn't want to offend other media houses. And today Nigerians bought it. I mean,
well, not all Nigerians, not all Nigerians bought it. His supporters bought that. We vehemently oppose that. I tweeted a lot about that as well. What was I gonna say? I don't know if he's in the power by INEC to disqualify him, or if he has some form of a grace within himself to come out to Nigerians and explain to us and say, look, this is what happened. They are either lying or not. Another thing I wanted to chip into this is, in as much as we praise the United States of being some form of a beacon in the world, they're not actually a beacon of the world. I don't regard them that much, in the sense that, they've sat on this for a very long time. It's very close to the election. They're beginning to try to, throw things around on the internet.
No, I think I would disagree here. It's not about they sat on it. They ensured in their own country that they got the individual convicted. And as a means of plea bargain, you now forfeit those proceeds of those crime, right? And they've done their job. They've done their job.
Okay.
I mean,
let's commend them. Yeah, let's commend them from doing that. What I was trying to say with that is, the recent sort of report on the news that they sort of intercepted some terrorists trying to bomb Abuja or something like that. You know, I mean, in as much as that's good information to pass over to Nigerians, there are two ways to look at that. One of them is, are they trying to, that they're looking after Nigerians in the sense that they know that if they send the information to the government will sit on it and will not release it to the people? Or
Well,
are they just trying to create some form of a chaos in the state as opposed to going back to the security services in Nigeria to help them tackle that, given that they are both governments, ruling a nation? Well, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to connect one dot and the other dot. But coming back to what we're saying, going back to what we're saying is, like, I don't trust. I mean, in as much as the West they're good enough in some things, I don't trust them to, giving, we so-called their subordinates a free, shot at fair election, free democracy, and leaving us to, deal with and handle ourselves. But, it's saying that if Bola Tinubu was an honorable man, what he should have done, or maybe they're still trying to cook it up in the kitchen, like you said, coming out to Nigerians and explaining exactly what this is about. It's been, I've heard about this a very long time ago. I never actually seen a document like this.
There are incidences where you cannot kind of cook up. You can't. I mean, there is next to nothing that you can do when your hands are caught, deep down in the cookie jar, and some salty or sweety stuff in your mouth, and you're telling them you're just passing through the back door. I mean, for the fact that the case was concluded, and for the fact that the money that were found in your account that you could not account for based on the salary you were earning. And this is not like in Nigeria where someone who earns 30,000 could have 5 billion in the account, and someone cannot necessarily say how he or she lives, but drives fleets of cars and blares siren like mad people running on the street. It's
absolutely correct. So, absolutely. If Nigeria was a working state, something should be done about this in the way of discredit him or disqualify. I don't know.
So
it will not happen.
Okay, let me take more people. Now, for those of you watching us from home at home, because of spamming this column, we've enabled only subscribers only comments. So if you want to make your comments, you can subscribe, and it takes 1 minute to allow you, so that, because I think there are a couple of bots that I've seen and they post some unpleasant stuff. So that's been enabled just to allow subscribers only. And again, why not just subscribe? This is an Nigerian family engagement, and let us discuss our future and those who promise to who are promising to lead. Please subscribe and share this stream. Let us make it trend. Now, let me bring in Fidelis Obi. I know, Yakubu, I will come to you, but let me hear from Fidelis Obi. Fidelis, do you think, like the question I put, and I want every one of us to chip in their thoughts here, while we still have two people joining us shortly, Echezona and Tio. But I'll come back to Fidelis. My question to you, point blank, is, do you think Nigerians should clamor for Tinubu to step down and end his campaign, or do you think it doesn't matter? Let Nigerians take that decision at the poll.
Thank you very much, brother, for allowing me in. I've been watching you. I've been listening to you. I live in the UK, and sometimes because of work and stuff, I can't be able to come in and stuff. So I'll be listening like when I'm on a short break or long break. And today I'm off, and I said, no, this is not the time to just listen, So I will be making use of any time that I have to be in. So thank you very much. And let me also appreciate all the panelists and all those who have commented before me. What I'm really contemplating now is I'm asking myself, what has happened to decency? Mm-hmm. What has happened to decency? Because
and morality.
What has really happened? This is someone who, in their primaries, he went to take part. No document was presented. Everything was affidavit. Affidavit. Nothing practical was presented as maybe school cert, or maybe job title or whatever. I'm a senator. So what about your school cert? Stories was told about it. What about everything was story. And they let him in. They approved him. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. The rules are the rules. When the rules are set, you have to meet all the rules to be able to be allowed in. But it's so unfortunate that a country like Nigeria, once you have the financial strength, you can muscle your way into different areas. You know, first of all, anyone who knows.
They call it
God,
war chest. They call it war chest,
they call
meaning
it war chest.
that they actually go into war. That's what it means.
Watch, that is it, war chest, and nobody cares how that war chest come about. Some of those money are criminal money. I hear a brother talking about America. You don't trust America. You don't. America is getting better. They are trying to get themselves better and this and that. We live in the world. We're not in heaven. Went to take part. No document was presented. Everything was affidavit. Affidavit.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, affidavit.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, everything was affidavit. There was no practical document. Everything, there was a story behind it. Why it's not present? Why this one is not there? And this and that. You know, so when the rules is the rules, they say you have to come in UK here, you must have driving license before you can be able to pilot a car. There is no stories, there's no two stories about it. If you don't have it, the police catch you, that car will be impounded. If you don't have insurance, the same story applies. There is no second story about they shoot maybe the mother of bed and then the children run away and all those kinds of stuff. It's only in Nigeria it happens. And this man knows that he has this issue, like somebody said, America released this, America, that's America for you. America like transparency whenever you are running for office. So which means nothing about you should be a secret. Everything has to be put out there in public domain for the people to know that, like when we were young at home, during Sunday morning, my mom used to play one Christian music. Make you not talk, say me and no be no. Make you not talk, say me. They are telling you this is the person that is trying to be your president. Don't say tomorrow, I didn't know.
Brother, there's a whole new conversation about America and colonialism in Africa. Let's just forget about that.
Every time we always blame our issue on others.
No, I just give you an example. Donald Trump, the ex-president of America, has not been indicted upon all his foreign activities in the States. He was a president. He's an ex-president.
He's still under investigation. He's still under investigation.
Let's just let's keep.
No, sorry guys, I got to mute you there. Sorry. Let's not debate here. Whether you like it or not, it is an aberration to actually compare us to the Americans in certain cases. Honestly, we could go ahead, maybe form another discussion for another day. The impact of quote unquote colonization on our psychic vis-a-vis the things that they do today. Obviously, many of us who have lived and worked in these environments understand one or two things. But again, when it comes to rule of law, could you ever think of it in 20 million years that an ex-president in Nigeria will put through what Donald Trump? I know Donald Trump, his case is not finished. He's not convicted yet. But at least there is a process. Even South Africa here had an ex-president. You know, I mean, come on. Listen. You know, don't get me started, because this is a country where we were told that a former minister had a bra made of silver and diamond and whatever, of so many thousands of dollars and millions of dollars, and that person is in a state that has extradition treaty with Nigeria, yet we are so idiotic and nonsensical that we cannot even, not that you applied and they rejected. We haven't even applied. But we'll come home and we'll tell everybody how corrupt they are. Let's not even go there, because it's we don't let's not compare. Each system has its own weakness, but if you put them on a proper scale, there is one could be reading 99, the other one is going to minus, because there is nothing there. Anyway, so let me get Echezona, please. Echezona. I think there are other people that joined us. Cusco, if you could, because when I brought you in, it was echoing. If you could check if you're multiple browsers, if you are, please close one. That's the reason why it does that. So Echezona, I pick that question back to you. Should he resign or stop contesting, or should he go ahead and Nigerians will do the needful at the polling unit?
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for your question. Yeah, if it were a country where things work, it would be a no-brainer. But in Nigeria, trust me that these guys will find a way to still, rub everything under the carpet. So I don't see him resigning for any reason. I see that he's going to continue. And, one of our problems in Nigeria is lack of education. People are not really exposed, right? People don't really think deep into things. So a lot of people don't even understand what money laundering is or anything. So I don't think anything will change. I think it will just continue, because of the kind of people we are. It's just, we do not take things seriously. So it's just noise, basically, but it's not really going to affect him in any way. That's how I see it. I think he's going to continue, and everything like that. So that's just it.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Yakubu, you can now come back. Oh, where's Yakubu? Has he gone?
No,
Okay,
I'm here.
Yakubu is there. Okay, so Yakubu, you can now tell us, what's your take based on the question, if I put that to you.
Okay, so my own take on this, like, clearly he has done wrong, right? But how the common person, like the market people in the street of maybe of Nigeria, that don't have access to all this information, these are the people that will go and vote for him, even when he's been penalized in different in the at the higher up. But the way the country is right now, Nigeria would not penalize him based on this very information. They will still leave him to run. Why? Because most of these people that are benefiting around this very thing that he is doing, they will let him pass through. And they are the ruling party at this point. So they will do everything that they can to make him go through. But on my own thing, if INEC had the power to stop him from doing that, they can stop him.
So your
Hello,
take
can you hear
is
me?
that we should. Yes, we can hear you. So your take is that we should
Yeah,
allow
so
the
they
Nigerian. Your take
people
is
to
that we should
decide
allow the
on
Nigerian
that.
voting public to decide.
Yes.
But if
And the
we,
thing here
if you
is another
go
point
ahead,
again,
okay.
sorry, is two things. So the next point I'm trying to say, if you look at it critically, the guy is shying away around any interview that will ask him direct questions. So these are some of the hidden things that he's doing, but Nigerians would not see this very point.
Okay, so Tolu, for you to come in, if your camera is not on, sadly we will not be able to. The stream does not allow to come in. So please turn on your camera. You can now come in. So Cusco, go ahead. What's your take?
My take is he should resign.
Hold on. Are you guys still in COVID lockdown? You're putting your face mask
That's
on.
the reason why. Don't worry. That's the reason why I have it. I have my reason. Everybody got it. I'm not here for
Okay.
beauty.
No, I'm just trying to find out. Go ahead.
It's okay. He should resign. He came to America and he broke their law. And they followed their judicial process. Yeah, convicted him. Okay. I heard one guy said that he doesn't trust America. I mean, America. I was born in Nigeria. I came to America and went to school in America. For you to say you don't trust America, but you trust Nigeria and trust Tinubu, I
never
found
said I
that.
trusted Nigeria. I didn't say that.
I find that
No, he
fascinating.
didn't say.
You know,
I didn't say that.
listen, in America, even though I wasn't born here, if I'm sick, I go to hospital, they will see me, whether I have money or not. Does that happen in Nigeria? Why do I have to trust Nigeria? I have no reason. You gotta give me a reason to trust you, right? Tinubu should go away. He's a criminal. He's a convicted criminal.
I'm a full PWB supporter, by the way. I'm not saying I'm not backing Tinubu in any way.
Well, you do whatever you want, but I heard you. Because he was convicted in America, you said you don't trust America. I don't trust Britain, right? But if I was convicted there, then I was convicted. So what are you talking about? You don't trust it. What did America do to you? Americans, they protect their own national interests. Who protects Nigerian national interests? Who? Is that Tinubu? So please, let's when we talk, let's use some sense, you know. But anyway, that's all.
Come on, now. That's a little bit too much. It's too much now.
Come on, please. Can we maintain decorum, please? Thank you.
That's all I want to say for now. I will keep listening.
Can I come in a little bit there? Just maybe clarify myself a little bit.
Hold on. No, sorry, so that we don't descend into kind of talking back and forth. Let's actually allow everyone to have a go at this particular topic before we move on. Gibson, please.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right. I've never visited your page before. But this is my first time. And,
you're welcome. I hope you're subscribed now.
I have. I just came across it. I was just on YouTube and going through it when I saw it. But I've been listening to the conversation, and I think it's about Tinubu. I think naturally Nigerians, it's only for us that are abroad, and I've heard many people talking here. There are many of them are in US, UK. I'm in UK too. And you can see that our orientation is different. Many of us, when we were in Nigeria, we have our own way of thinking and how to do things. But when you come to a society where everything is fixed, and there was a time I think I was arguing on with somebody on what happens in the UK. Like today, they will put some certain thing on the highway, and they will tell you that they're going to use 6 days to walk on that road. The road that they put within some few seconds, within 2 days, they will have done the whole road, and you'll be wondering when did it happen? They did it all in the night without having to disturb the traffic or any form of something. But what I really want to say about Tinubu is that we are the Nigerians are the one that is giving him that particular lever. They gave him that. I don't see where a man who cannot even hold himself, they will be patching him up. They even ask him to go and be riding a bicycle or whatever it is, walking something, and it was on there. For what? How can somebody be packaging an 87-year-old man that to come and rule Nigeria?
But officially, he's 71 now. He's only 71.
No, he's not 71.
Are you his mother? But he's 71. He's young.
No, go and check his daughter. Go and check go on Google and search the daughter. Search the daughter's name and search his own Google, and Google it and then try to, is 87 years old. The man is 87 years old. So, well, he can't, even with his hand, is always shaking. It's like a Google shake or whatever you call it. So you want that man to come, and they are packaging him. And it's not, and you kind of wonder, how can they be doing this? It baffles me all the time that, like, anytime I see him and he's talking, it's like he can't even put one or two together with his, and yet they want this man to rule. We already have one that is ruling at this point in
Who are
time,
they?
and yet,
Whoever that is the day, you can, the Nigerian
oh
populace can actually say they don't want such. Or,
no, they can't. The
are
reason
you
is
saying
that
the
they
Nigerians are
can't.
incapable of doing that?
They can't. I am telling you, and I'm telling you this for a fact. Many of them will not want because look, we have been enslaved. All Nigerians have been stripped to their nakedness. So many of them don't know, but then they have been stripped. They can't act on their own. They can't do anything. You have SSS dealing with everyone. But even the lowest of all in traffic, a traffic warden will stop a car and will be dragging with a car owner and be asking for particulars. Why? So you have different form of authority everywhere. So like Fela said, everybody get your own power for your own side, and that is what is happening. So everybody get power here and there. You have power, decentralization of powers everywhere. They keep on having it. So even if you go to Idimota or Adeniji in Lagos, you will find people who control the markets themselves. And when you look at those people, they are thugs. They are thugs, and they collect. They issue some this receipt, just one small receipt like that. They will give it to you for you to trade in Adeniji. They will give it to you, and you have to pay. So I don't know why people. One thing I want to know is that Tinubu is being packaged for Nigerians, and Nigerians must reject him. It's as simple as that. But they don't have the power because every little time they have nothing to show for it. Money everywhere. When they give them the money, they shut up, and that is all. So that's my own take on that.
So let's be fair in this conversation. Let's bring women. At least we have Susan just joined us, and Omoye's corner. You've heard everyone. You've listened. Now, thinking about it, do you think it will make more sense for the system in Nigeria to say, stop, you've been dented? Actually, you are smelling because of the baggages you carry. Then you shouldn't continue this race. Or do you think, allow him, let the Nigerians meet him at the polling station and give him the koboko that he deserves? What's your take?
I absolutely am on the side of he should resign now. And people should. And, people have power. We have power. Nigerians recognize now that their voice matters. Saying or not, we know that our country is not a normal country. Whatever description you want to accord to it. But if enough pressure is mounted, that man will resign. He really will. I believe that, because look at what happened during Eendears. Even though, yes, they got in and just turned the whole thing upside down, but the people have a voice. If there's enough pressure, if we show up in the INEC office and we put pressure on the people that need to be put pressure on, that man will come down. But our problem as Nigerians is, are we willing to do it? How many of us are willing? Because really, if this type of information is made known, as it has right now, everybody should start echoing, demanding for him to come down. because there's no point. Let's not pretend. But the real question is, are Nigerians ready to do that? You know, otherwise, what other choice do you have than to wait for him and let people flog him at the voting booth? You and I know that they have, according to them, the money. They have the bullion van. They have a bank in their houses. Okay, but I don't know. Their money is not working for them anymore. We can see that obviously. People are rejecting their blood money. I would say do both. Do both. Mount pressure, demand absolutely. This is the change that we are demanding for. It starts with us. If we say no and people hear our voices and people get and start to think, because people are starting to open their ears and open their eyes and they're beginning to understand, that man will have no choice but to leave. But there's so much that we can lay on him. He hasn't shown up for any debate. So what's the use of him even bothering to campaign? There's no need, because he cannot stand the people to ask him direct questions. If you don't have anything to hide from, you will be forefront. You would even come out and say, yes, I heard the news, it's true, this is what happened. Everything about it is wrong. We should demand for the man to step down, and at the same time educate the people that don't already know, to give them bulala at the voting booth. It's just that simple. That's my take.
Thank you very much.
Mazi, can I make?
No, hold on. Thank you very much. I think, listening to that, I think you brought another angle to this. Not only that Nigerians, or not only that the system, quote unquote, should ensure that he does not continue, but now you've added another dimension that Nigerians should actually come out to demand that he doesn't continue. Eddie.
Yes. So, Omoye's corner, you actually spoke very, very well. You've given us a lot of credit. I think one of the major weapons we have in this election is social media. Never mind what they were purporting in the beginning, that's social media generation, blah, blah, blah. Social media gave us the weapon to have gone as far as we've gone in pushing P2B to, where he is right now. And I think we should continue that, including these chats we have every now and then on YouTube and all that. This is powerful. We should really continue that. Regarding Tinubu stepping down, I'm telling you, Tinubu is actually not in control of his own campaign. Tinubu is being pushed by people behind him to get him into that seat for their own selfish reasons. They will never allow this man to step down. Instead, they'll burn down this country called Nigeria. If you remember one speech he gave at some events they organized, he said, I wasn't allowed to go off topic, something like that. Do you guys remember that? I wasn't allowed to go off topic, something like that,
So who didn't allow him?
I don't.
The script writers.
That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. That's the people behind him. They told him not to go off script, something like that. He mentioned that himself. If you can imagine when a presidential campaign like as big, quote unquote, as big as Tinubu saying that on national sort of TV, this man is not actually running. He's being pushed as some form of a lord, an APC lord that will use his money. I think Forbes put him at $8.4 billion US dollars as his net worth. So, and he's been,
what is his business?
I don't know. I don't know what he does exactly. So if you go to Forbes has put him at $8.4 billion as his net worth. So these guys are actually looking at this to, use him to push and get into power. They clearly know this man is sick. They clearly know he's senile. They clearly know he's not going to be able to manage this country. They are hoping to sort of, manage this country for him and deal with Nigerians, once they get him into that seat. But I don't think we cannot allow that to happen one way or the other. But I do not think he will be resigning. I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. I think Omoyeskona wants to come back, but before I'll allow her come in, for those of you wanting to make comments online, please, you need to be a subscriber to make a comment. Just subscribe, share the stream. I know many of you in the Ground Zero are already asleep. It's now past the hour of 12. So, but if you are still awake and you are able to talk, you want to join us, the link to join us is pinned in the YouTube comment section. On Facebook, it's in the comment section. So you can always join us. For those that have joined us and those sending messages that they cannot speak, as long as you are not connected with your audio, you know the system does not allow you to come in and speak, obviously, because we can't hear you. Now, to respond to that, what Eddie said, I think Omoye's Corner wants to say something. Go ahead, 1 minute.
Yes. So thank you very much. So really quickly, yes, there are people who are pressurizing Agbado, right? To run regardless. All the Agbadorians around him. But how many are they though? Because the truth is, we underestimate the power of our voices. We really do as Nigerians. That's one thing I have observed. We underestimate the power of each individual voices. If we lay enough pressure, you see those people that are around him and telling him, oh yeah, go ahead, we are behind you, we will do anything for you. You'll be amazed what will happen, you know. And again, we cannot forget the fact that it's not really Agbado that is coming to run or be president. It is the Boko Haram. So let's not kid ourselves. Either way, we're in trouble. So we need to use our voices and put fire on our voices to ensure, even if nothing happens, if we put it out there enough and we mount enough pressure, people will feel the impact. So let's not take that for granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before I get in Solo Casey, who's just joined us, to say, we have someone from the Facebook that had the following comment. Gafar Tunde Oduwole says, you guys, I believe he's referring to all of you in the diaspora, saying, don't come to Nigeria when he becomes the president come 2023. By God's grace. Is anyone? Let me see who wants to respond to that comment.
It will never happen. It's in his dreams. Tell your Agbado to go to old people's home and be playing with his grandchildren. You, Gafar, should pack your load and start running now, because you will be held accountable if you follow chop the blood money.
Okay.
That was very loud and clear. So Solo Casey, Yakubu, hold on. Solo Casey, go ahead.
Okay.
Hi guys. Yeah, I'm talking from here, Ottawa, Cornwall in Canada. It's not. This will be my first time anyway. Also of joining this live. I was going to say something, but I think who is that person? He actually articulated greatly what I wanted to say. So there won't be any point trying to, repeat what someone else said in the past. I think with regard to what we are learning from the U.S. court, it is important that just as this lady just finished saying now, that we put our voice. The unfortunate thing is, there is still this tribal sentiment around Tinubu, and you will find a lot of people from, the Western region supporting him, come what may. The unfortunate thing is how they have not been able to understand that Tinubu is just a representation. And if anybody ever thought that the people, the northern governors, with a series of meetings they had back and forth, that they actually intended to give power to the South just on a platter for like that, then that person is probably far behind. You could see clearly that Tinubu is just there is there to satisfy a certain status of people in the north as a figurehead, while they want to accomplish whatever they want through Shetima. So anybody who is from the Yoruba side thinking, oh, this is our turn, this is our brother, you are just making a big mistake. And I have very, very great doubt that if Tinubu is elected in any way, that he will be there like for as long as one term. So now with this record, what we should also be worried about is if somebody should carry this baggage into our presidency, we are finished. Because he will be sitting on a very big blackmail. And of course, he cannot really rise up. He cannot make any impact because he will be on blackmail. It's a very serious, and it's not something that we can just sweep under the carpet, because in the end, we are all going to suffer it if we keep quiet.
Well, some people are saying there are no carpets anymore to even attempt to sweep these things under. It appears the carpet has now been taken off. You know, it's an interesting conversation. I have two people who are either unable to join with video, or let's try and see if we can get Jonas. Jonas, are you there? Jonas, are you there? Okay. Walter,
manage this country for him.
Yeah.
Sorry, who is speaking?
It's good evening. It's me. Good morning, rather. It's me, Walter.
Okay, Walter, go ahead. What's up? Yes, go ahead.
I'm speaking from Nigeria, Delta State, Warri, to be precise.
The network has shown where you are speaking from.
I'm speaking from Delta State.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
The network has confirmed where you are speaking from.
Exactly. As regards the Tinubu matter today, I'm very, very happy because I've known this long before, even when they try to hide everything, and this spokesman, Keyamo, try to cover every truth. Somebody I really respected before as a young man growing up. But thank God for long life. If I had not gone to this day, anywhere I am before, maybe hell or heaven, and they told me Keyamo could be like this, I will swear with every blood of mine. But thank God today something has been revealed. And what Omoyaskona has said, that has been my mind. We will force them. We know they are cabals. We will force them. We cannot let them go away with every evil. Since 1960 to date, we will come out. We will force them. Tinubu supposed not to even go because he doesn't have any atom of morality and shame. So we force them. Let the few people who have some level of morality and integrity come out. If you allow Tinubu today, tomorrow a more criminal will come and contest. So if we allow Tinubu today, we are setting a precedent. They will make reference. So we should come. If for me alone, I would prefer there should not be election. If Tinubu was contest, there shouldn't be election because of this simple act. Because if we allow it today, tomorrow a more criminal will come out and contest, making reference to this that happened and nobody said anything.
Now, if we drive, I will bring in Susan, who is waiting in the back room. But before I do, if we go by your argument, I think, Walter, let's mute you. You're echoing back. So if we go by your argument, please, someone is still unmuted. Okay, that's taken care of now. So if we go by your argument, the candidate of the other main opposition party has also some questions to answer regarding money laundering as well in the same United States. The same person in question, quote unquote, his counterpart in the United States, then a serving or a US senator or congressman, was found guilty and were thrown behind bars. But in Nigeria, they are all running for the presidency of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So if Tinubu must step down because of what has been revealed and now authenticated, because the revelation has been there since 1993, even before he became the governor of Lagos State. If you recall, I don't know how many of us were old enough to recall when Gani Fayemi challenged him openly in 2000, I think that was around 2002, 2003, when he was going for second term. You know, Gani Fayemi made it an issue and went to court. But sadly, the old man is no longer here. And those that worked with Gani Fayemi in that case, as of that time, are those who have no other job than to wake up in the morning, brush their teeth, look themselves in the mirror, smile, and go and defend him. That's what's happening now. So, Susan, are you there? Susan? So, Walter, I mean, before I think let's see if we can take out someone so that we can bring in Walter. If you unmute, just okay. Hold on.
Yeah. Walter needs to sit up.
Yes, he's in worry position.
He's in the other room.
Okay, so Susan, are you there? Susan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good,
okay.
Good all. Yeah, I'm here.
Good.
Hi, everyone.
Go ahead.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Good, everyone. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm feeling long. I have a question. I want to know if there is any law that anyone will pass.
I think I can gather a gaze of your question, but your network sounds like Worry America. You know where? Okay, I think I can take a guess. I believe Susan is saying, "Oh, there, Trump must give America 5G." I think what she's actually saying is that if there is any law prohibiting anyone from, of such, it may not be expressly in that manner, but for you to contest election at that level, you must be a person of unquestionable character and by association, the things you engage in. Bennett has just joined us as well. But before we go on, let me go back to Yakubu. Yakubu. So,
yes, sir.
Should both candidates that have drug and money laundering cases be dropped? We're no longer talking about one now. We've moved into two.
Sorry, can I ask a quick question? Who's the second? I wasn't paying attention. Who's the second guy charged with peddling drugs in the States?
Well, not peddling drugs, but money laundering. That's the
money laundering. Sorry, yeah.
Of the FDP.
All right, okay. PDP.
So, well, you said PDP. I didn't say so. I said PDP.
All right, I see what you mean. I actually saw something about that on Twitter right now. I wanted to ask you about it, but you've already seen it, so let's keep going. All right, I see what you mean.
Okay.
I actually saw something about that on Twitter right now.
So can we?
Yeah. They've already seen it. So let's keep going.
Okay.
Okay. So Yakubu, go ahead.
Okay. So, my take on this, like, both of them should step down, right? Because the thing here is, when you put it out there to them, let's say, for instance, if they're the one hiring somebody in their company, and that person comes with this kind of credit in his own profile, I say, okay, this is my resume, and you have all this in his background. This is what he did. Will they hire him? Because the answer is going to be a capital No. They're not gonna hire that very person. So right now, we the Nigerians are the one about to hire these people to work for us. So if we want change and want things to work, these people should step down. That's my take. Thank you.
Now, in line with your argument,
Yes, sir.
if I want to drive your argument further, shouldn't that then worry us if you want to stay on to hiring and employee and employer? Have you ever, if you run a company, have you ever employed somebody without an interview?
That's not. So I cleared.
Okay, so
Okay, sorry.
and now we have two problems.
Sure.
One, they are trying to be hired without attending any interview. Two, those with criminal records are applying to be your person in charge of your finance of your company. So isn't that too many red flags to ignore?
Okay, so the thing here is, let me use a system here in America, right? Before you are hired to any kind of job, there's what we call background check. Whatever information we get on that background check will determine if you're going to be hired or not. So if we have all these three red flags on your background check, definitely I'm not going to hire you. That's my take.
When you talk about background check, I smile because in reality, does that actually amount to anything? Once upon a time, we had in the nation called Nigeria someone who was appointed to head the Financial Crime Commission, and the Department of State Security Services wrote a report indicting the person in question that is not fit for purpose. You all saw what happened. The individual, even when then under Bukola Saraki, doctor, he was rejected, he was resubmitted. And we know how that played out. At the end of the day, the same reason why the individual was rejected ab initio by the Nigerian Senate, the same person now had gone in to be probed of commingling funds recovered. So, sorry, it's not an exaggeration when some people actually say that Nigeria is a crime scene. Evolves, before our own. If I may borrow the words of Chief Zebudayo Korigonwobodo last 4:30, he said that it is evolving before our own very before. Two naked eyes, in his own words. Now, Bennett, you have the floor. What's your take, sir? Bennett, can you unmute, sir? If Bennett is not...
He's muted.
Bennett, can you unmute, please? Touch the mute button, then he gets you unmuted. While Bennett is struggling to unmute, Will, get ready, and Johnson will be the next. But before, obviously get to that point, and I will say again, for those of you just joining us, we are discussing the document released by the United States of America court, a certified true copy showing that Bola Tinubu got entangled and got involved in drug dealing and money laundering in the United States of America, Chicago City to be precise. And now it is no longer but or if, it is no longer an argument if he was actually involved. Now the
Can you hear
court
me now?
document, which is certified, clearly says so. So Bennett, go ahead. I think you're Bennett. Why don't you check if you're logged on into browsers? I think you're logged on into browsers because I can hear the echo. Close one, please.
Okay.
Close one, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead. Now you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. So, my take is, if you can hear me,
yes, go ahead.
the issue you're discussing concerning Tinubu, actually, I've had an opportunity to really deal with that issue intensively, but I will go away from that. But one thing is important is the personality of Tinubu that they are trying to present. It goes beyond. Actually goes beyond.
Sorry, sir.
The issue of the legal issue we had in America.
Sorry,
he has shown lack of capacity to be a leader. He has already also shown that he is involved in a cabal setup, because he narrated how he helped bring Buhari into power. And when you look at the sequence from everything he narrated, it wasn't an organic setup. It was not. It was not what he did with a good intention. He had a hidden agenda. I start by saying, when he called the meeting, I don't know if it was in Ondo State, where he felt threatened that Buhari and some members of APC were trying to deny him the opportunity of running for APC. In that meeting, the things that were very funny, one was that all of a sudden he was addressing these local politicians in a local language. Secondly, he played the victim. And thirdly, he gave them the impression that he was actually standing for the Yoruba people, which was not true. He told them that he particularly told Buhari that he's going to help him attain the throne of presidency. But one thing he should not do was to play with the Oduduwa people, meaning the Yoruba race. If that were to be true, the insecurity that was reigning in the country, was it not also affecting the Oduduwa people that he ought to have come out and told Buhari, now you are toiling with my people? The Lekki toll gate killing that occurred, were they not the Yorubas that are in large numbers, those that were killed? What was his take on it? And if he's claiming that he built Lagos, he gave the blueprint, now he's not claiming that he gave the blueprint to Buhari, because there's nothing to claim there actually. But he was giving the Yorubas the impression, which is not true. What he said when he came out, he said his lifetime ambition, not the Yorubas' ambition to become a president, his own personal ambition. And in all these things, he campaigned for Buhari. He never came out on every issue that Nigeria was facing under this regime to take a position and say, no, this is not what I planned for. This is not the line we were. So even when Buhari was denying the issue of the constitution, rewriting the constitution, he never came out and said, no, that's not right. He kept quiet. Buhari, Tinubu is a tortoise. Ijakpa, that is what Yoruba call him. There is a popular tale of Ijakpa, the story of the tortoise that was eating up the whole fish community, tricking them. I wouldn't want to go into that, but many Yorubas that knows about that law, they know what I'm talking about. So he is now coming out having having issues like economic issues that also affected the Yorubas. He said he built Lagos. I asked those people that are rooting for him in Lagos, how many of them have their life changed since 1999? How many of them has their house rent gone down? How many of them has their income gone up? How many of them, those that are saying that he built Lagos, what did he build?
Is Tinubu not the
Eco
Mongo Park
Atlantic.
of Lagos?
How many of them can afford a square meter in the Eco Atlantic? How many of them can get a job as a cleaner in one of those buildings in Eco Atlantic? All these people, they are just acting foolishly. They say he built Lagos City. That even this blue and red line that they are building, go and look at the cost. Look at the cost. Is this justified? How long have they been building it? The other ones in Kenya, they were built under 2 years, 3 years. It is more than 8 years now they're still building it. And they went to bring old locomotives, repaint them, and bring them to sell it to the people of Lagos. He said he improved the revenue of Lagos. There was no indices that shows that he ever improved the revenue of Lagos, because let him show us the industries that they've built that have employed more people, that is now bringing in more revenue. All he did was to expand the net of tax collecting in Lagos, meaning that the pepper seller that was on the street that never knew what tax is, all of a sudden they see the agberos that were uniformed to come and collect tax from them. That is all what he did. He's collecting more taxes from the people of Lagos. There is nothing they have done extra to improve the quality of life of the people in Lagos. Not even to talk of job creation. So I was born in Lagos. I was actually in Mushi, grew up in Mushi. I know of what Jakonde did. When you go to Lagos, you will see the things, the estates, free school education. These are things that you can pinpoint, but none of them can pinpoint one single thing. That Jagaban, I call him Jagamout, that's what he did for the people of Lagos. So it is a case of dead on arrival, because we're talking about the legal issue. We're going too far. His personality alone speaks volume that is not supposed to be on that poll, but is there on tribal sentiments which he deliberately orchestrated, and with his bag of money. Imagine somebody, Shehu caught him in his compound with bullion van and was asking him, this is a president, this is somebody who wants to come and rule us. And the answer he gave to him was, did I steal is it your money? You know, it's like, it's crazy. His personality speaks volume. So I believe all we need to do is to reduce the number of those that are illiterate, that are on these tribal sentiments through programs such as this, educating them, enlightening them, because most of them don't understand what is going on. They are just, once they want to make any rally, look at the one they did in Ogun State. Was it this morning? It was Mr. What's his name? Musician, nice. They just bring all these musicians, and these local people will just run around. They come to entertain themselves. They know how to get them. It's not because those people are really there for them.
Thank you.
They bring them around.
Thank you very much.
Look at obedient movement. One person comes out and says, we are starting at this point. Stands there. Before you know it, the streets are flooded. No musician, nobody. But they spend time to sew uniforms, share uniforms, weeks long, bribing people, forcing those that are going to force to get them on track and bring a popular musician to come and entertain them. This is the old tactics that they've been used. They are all analog. But Obidati movement is changing all that. We are Obi is the first person that brought about the movement of issue-based campaign. Before, all what they do, you go and look at the last campaign where Jagamout was there ranting. 4 years is going to be 4 years. Nothing, no plan. They will just say all those things in the air, and the people feel good and they go home and they vote for them.
Thank you. I got to meet you. Thank you very much. Johnson, you're there. I think
Yeah.
Bennett has his connection. Probably the system is broken that he cannot hear. Probably he's probably still talking actually. So Johnson, go ahead. Go ahead. Take the podium. Johnson, are you there? Unmute yourself.
Can
Go
you
ahead.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Johnson.
Can you hear me?
I would want if Bennett comes back, he did say something that I wanted to pick, to really touch on when he started speaking, that he had interest and that he was engaged in the issues concerning this. So I want to know if he's a lawyer, if he was in any way engaged in that as a legal thing. So more clarity will be welcome. So Johnson, go ahead. After Johnson, then Will.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. This is my first time coming to your program live. I do listen to the program almost every time. On Tinubu, on the new information on Tinubu, the truth is that most of us, or let's say some of us, already know about his drug history. It's not a new thing. The thing is that some gullible people in Nigeria don't know about it. So now that the document is officially out, it's our duty to spread it. We need to spread it. We need to spread those documents. It's not a new thing. And when you look at it, when you look at the trend of things now, you see that it's dawning on him that he might end up pulling out because everything is working against him right now. Somebody who cannot come out and engage his people you want to lead. If you cannot respect me by coming to have a conversation with me, as somebody who wants to be my leader, what is the how am I going to know that when I give you that leadership, you are not going to disrespect or disregard me? That's what he is clearly showing. And then when you don't have anything to tell Nigerians, the only thing you can do is to use surrogates to kind of represent yourself. If you really want to be a Nigerian leader, you need to come on board. You need to come and tell me what you want to do and how you want to do it, just like Obi is doing. But he's not doing it. So, like I said, everything is working against him. His health is at the worst stage. He can't keep hiding it forever.
No, but his campaign,
your health.
His campaign team says he's not sick. So what evidence have you got that he's sick? Everyone, as long as you get up to 40, 45, 50, has one or two things, that's why they are human. So they're saying that those of you saying he's a shaky daddy, that it is not correct. It's just, it can happen to anyone.
Of course, yes. Nobody's taking it against him, but we should know that, like my father, if my father is up to 80 years old, I will not advise my father to come and run for Nigerian president. I'm trying to kill him early. That's what it is. Nobody's mocking him because he's sick. But the truth is that he's old. He's old enough to sit down and advise us. Advise the younger ones, okay, do it this way, do it this way, do it this way. Instead of him coming out to run for president. If he gets there, how long do you think it's going to last?
Hold on. Isn't that his right to actually, do you begrudge him? That is his right to run for president, is it?
Yes, it is his right to run for president. It is also my right to tell him that
if you run for this, if you want to be my leader, you must be sound health-wise. You must be physically fit. It's also my right to tell him he has this right, I have my own, so he cannot infringe on my own by coming to lead me when I know he cannot, doesn't have the health capacity, doesn't have the fitness to come and lead me. That's drawing me backward. Two, this information that came out, this drug information that came out, we are looking at it like it's just, by the way, it's a small thing. The truth is that internationally, it's going to haunt Nigeria if Tinubu enters there, because what it is that a drug baron has taken the mantle of leadership in Nigeria. So there are implications here and there. There's international implication. There's local implication. We cannot afford to allow a drug baron, a drug dealer. Now, at least now, nobody can come and say, it's just a rumor, it's just a rumor. It's no longer a rumor. It's real. The informations are out there. The documents is out there. So we cannot afford to have a drug leader, a drug dealer be our leader.
Okay, thank you very much.
When you get to international meeting or whenever you have some international gathering, I mean, they're gonna look at him like, oh, that's a drug dealer. It doesn't speak well of Nigeria. Thank you.
So your argument is that if he continues and peradventure he wins, we go to meeting, they'll be looking at everybody. These are drug dealers. Maybe we should search
of
all
course,
of them.
Yes.
Search all of them and see if you
There's
see
a document to that effect.
paracetamol or Fensic in their pockets. Now, before us now, for the benefit of those that just joined us, we've activated only subscribers only mode. That is, you can only comment on the comment section if you're a subscriber. And I do not know any reason why any of us should not subscribe to this wonderful platform and click on the share button. Whenever we do late night stream like this, it appears we are actually being awake for our brothers and sisters in the across the Atlantic, because they are the ones benefiting. Many of us down here are already snoozing, and some of us in gear 4, gear 5 in the other room. But let us go ahead and look at some of these documents, hence the reason why we all gathered here. Some of you are engaging in your night vigil, but at least here we are not casting and binding any demons. We're only looking and to kill with a very long stick that which is disturbing us in the nation politically. So the document states, and after this I will take Will. As stated, let me highlight here, as stated more fully in the attached affidavit, this distribution operation was conducted on a large scale and the proceeds of operation were substantial. See, that means they see waiting enter their eye. They say, wallahi, the quantity of the things we discovered was enormous, substantial. Now, they said the defendant funds represent proceeds of this operation or property involved in money laundering. By reason of fact set forth above and in the attached affidavit, there is probable cause to believe that the defendant funds represent proceeds of narcotics trafficking and further represent property involved in money laundering in violation of 18 USC subsection 1956, 1957. The defendant funds are therefore forfeited to the United States pursuant to the legal jargon again, 1981. Then, and it says here, wherefore the United States requests that the defendant's funds be proceeded against for future and condemnation that warrants that warrant of seizure and monition issue, and that due notice be given to all interested parties to appear and show cause why the forfeiture should not be decreed. Now, we will continue, but in subsequent documents, you will see that after this was, this was put forward by the state prosecutor, that there was no case, there was no way they could say, oh, this was not the case. That means cash, monies deposited in the Citibank account, and property, what couple of hundreds of thousands of dollars were forfeited. Again, bear in mind, July 1993. So those that tell you that they are the fathers of democracy, ask them where were they when this 1993 election was actually happening, because they were somewhere else, and these things were happening at that point. On that note, having read this section, I would want to now bring in Will to have a go. Will, you have the floor. Will, are you still there? Kindly unmute, Will. We can hear you, but you sound as if you're in the subway. Very far away. If you have your headset, please, you may wish to take that off.
No. Okay. Can you
We
hear me
can hear
now?
you now. Yes.
Okay. I just want to say, based on the copies of the document released, I'm just a bit worried. One, yes, will be for us the obedience. We're happy about the development, but if you interrogate further, is it possible the other side are the people pushing for this? I mean, the PDP, for example, because we are aware that the contest is between Peter Obi, Tinubu, and Atiku. Okay, so if we are saying the US government has indicted Tinubu, for example, and we are rejoicing, I'm just thinking, I'm just worried. Could it be possible that the Atiku, the North, let's say the North, not even Atiku, because the race is just, it's gradually being polarized right now. We are seeing things happening in the North. I feel that the North is trying to push this narrative, and people who are doing this might be from the North also. And ultimately, at the end, we'll see a scenario where it's going to be between the Atiku and Peter Obi. Or just recently, Peter Obi said in one of the, I think there's this meeting a few days ago, where he said his friends don't pick his call. They don't want to see him in the day. It's like he's been ostracized. What that means is that if we are rejoicing that Tinubu is going to be pushed off, so what we might be seeing is a contest between an Atiku and a Peter Obi. And there's something I read just yesterday. I stumbled into an article or so in news where they are saying that the Northern, I think, is it Arewa youths are saying that Tinubu is being deceived by the Northern governors. That some of the governors are actually working for Atiku. So if you add these things together, I'm just worried that the North might collapse the APC because of Atiku. they might collapse the APC and make Atiku the only candidate standing. And you know how they vote. They don't vote based on reason. They vote based on ethnicity and religion. We in the South, we vote based on reason.
Sorry. I would not accept such gross generalization. It is not fair to the North to say that they only vote based on ethnic sentiment. Obasanjo won an election. He didn't win that election only based on the Southern vote. Goodluck Ebere Jonathan won his first time election. He didn't win that election based on only the Southern vote. However, what I struggle to pick from your submission is why you are worried. Are you, let's assume PDP is behind this. Let's assume, but you know, hypothetically speaking, but no facts here. Let's assumption, and let's play within that realm. Yes, PDP is behind that. And so what? Imagine where there are no two Southern candidates to divide the Southern vote. I mean, come on. I think it's as clear as daylight, actually, if you ask me. And again, let me correct one impression. In the meeting, you talked about that His Excellency Mr. Pitobi said that they no longer come close. I think what he said, you're taking it out of context. He made that statement when Jack, the convener of Take Back Niger, asked the question. I mean, I know the background behind that because I've been interfacing both with him and with Jack. He was only referring to, in terms of fundraising, that because of the way the system itself is looking into his activities and funds, those financing or willing to finance him, that anyone and those his friends willing to give him money are all afraid because nobody want to answer any question, in time which they wouldn't ask any other person. Not that anybody's running away from him. He's only talking about or rather he inferred to that when it came to funding. And it could make sense because that's when he said to Jack, he said, well, you're only lucky that they blocked your account. What of other things that they do to him? And these things, some of us know, but it's not something for public consumption. I just want to situate that. So, and again, to clear you properly, if you may, in 1 or 2 minutes, tell us why exactly you think that if PDP was behind this, that is going to, I mean, what's what's going to happen?
So what I'm trying to say is, based on the past, the election pattern in Nigeria, if PDP is behind this, we all know that the North, like I said before, you corrected me, but I'm not going to be, I won't be swayed by what you said. I still believe strongly that that side of the country, they have a way they rally around their own. Let me tell you what played out yesterday. There was a rumor, or if not true, that Bala Mohammed has joined Wike's camp. Like he's no more working for Atiku. But a few hours later, we saw a Bala Mohammed going to see Atiku. That is their life. The way they play their politics is not the way we do. They don't quarrel with themselves. Okay, for example, look at the way our governors.
Sorry, sir. Again, I must hint that, when you say these things, you create superhumans out of our brothers from the North by just mere geography. Let me ask you this question. Why was it that in 2019, there was no candidate, there was no APC candidate in some northern states? Why? If they so much love themselves that they agree by just winking, looking at themselves, everybody gives handshake. Why do they go to court? Why was it that some states didn't have candidates? Isn't it because they could not agree? They went to court. Why did Atiku leave APC if they so much love themselves? Why did he then contest against Buhari if they so much love themselves? Let's not, don't beat yourself down too much. You see, the grass is always greener at the other side. But the thing is, the moment you begin to come closer, you find out actually there are too many patchy on the other side. It's just like my good brothers from the southeast. They look at the Yorubas and say, Ohaneze this, Ohaneze the other one, the old man. But we have seen the dance of Makaba dance with Afani Fere. This one is telling you, I endorse this person, this one. It is friction. In a Republican nature, which we as Southerners are, imagine Emir Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi, if he was dethroned in the South, the type of narrative we would have been having. Let's not drive this narrative. That's all I ask.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What I want.
So wrap up. Some people want to react to you.
Okay. Let me say quickly here. Yes, I believe you to an extent, but what I would say finally is that the way they play their politics, when they are best, in quotes, when they are best to them, when a leader, because of their feudal system, when a leader is thrown up in a figure that they all know that this one is their leader, just like in 2019, it was all not situation, and they have to choose a Buhari. Now, look at the four that is vying for the presidency. To them, Atiku is the biggest person in the north. The other one is a bit smaller. So they'll prefer to go along that line. But I am not totally saying, I'm not saying that P2B has no chance. P2B has 99.9%. I am just saying that let's not be so excited about the Tinubu situation, because we might be playing into the hand of our oppressors. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And someone asked a question. I think that's the common sense sisters. Is she said, Will, is Tinubu from the southeast, or is he no longer a northerner? But that is, I think, I like the dimension you have taken. Hold on, because your assertion has made so many people now they want to talk. So let me hold on, guys. Let me take John. Then I will come to Costco because John hasn't actually spoken. John, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Yeah. Thank you for bringing me in. I just want to contribute that, in as much as we want to look at whether somebody is, somebody did what they did to get the certified true copy of the drug, something regarding Tinubu. I think to me, it is very, very right, no matter who did it. My own concern is, people tend to support these people and forget that these are the persons that are running for the highest office of the land. And anything you do, whether date back to 1960 or any time, it will be reflected whenever you want to run for office. But my own issue is with the media in Nigeria. This is supposed to be a burning issue, as I'm talking to you.
But that's why we are engaging in this night vigil, because it's a burning issue. You can see it's caught fire. Because, sorry, again, when we say the media, when we generalize as if the media, everybody is sleeping, one of the things we are doing now is not that if any of us here, especially those of us in this part of the world, it is now after 1. If we have nothing more to do, we can go to sleep. But we are here discussing it because it's burning. And that is it's the media platform. So cut some slack. Maybe when you cut more, you give us some slack. Maybe cut us some soap.
Yeah, Mazi, I'm talking about the media in Nigeria, the electronic and the print
Njenje media is also in
it's
Nigeria.
supposed to. You are in Nigeria, but there's some media outlet that people tend to listen more, like maybe Arise TV, the channels of this world, maybe the NTA if they are going to bring it. I think if they bring those things, I think it will make an impact. I know we are talking about it. Yes, that's fine. But we need this media people.
NTA, if you turn on NTA now, they may be showing us how to milk Frado. No. I bet you. Go ahead.
I think that's just it. I think we need to sustain this pressure, because this kind of people, I don't think they deserve a shot in the highest office of the land. Because what will Tinubu go to the US to say? You understand? Maybe in terms of the United Nations or maybe any meeting. You understand? Somebody that was indicted before and being your president. That means they will look at the 200 millions of us in Nigeria as as jokers, as mediocres. Like people tend to, like this media people, when they ask questions at times, they tend to deviate from reality. These are the things they need to ask these people. Even when you go for debate, these are the things they need to ask them first before telling us what you want to do for the people of the country. Because if you have skeleton in your cupboard and you come and rule us and they are talking about how to revamp the economy or how to do this or how to do that, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. All of us are in the Western world and we see how media people ask questions ranging to where you were as at that particular point in time, what you are doing and what you want to do. I think these are the kind of things that when they ask questions, we will be satisfied in our own point. Regarding the presidency, people say we have 3 candidates, definitely. But yesterday, during the media town hall meeting with Arise TV, I saw Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. In fact, to me, I was very, very impressed. I was very, very impressed. What comes to my mind is...
You're not alone.
I was very, very impressed. What comes to my mind is, if Obi and Kwankwaso would have partnered, I think the election would have been over by now, to me. If they have come into partnership when they were discussing at a particular point in time. I think these are 2 brilliant people that has an idea. But running on a platform before maybe the PDP, or running on a platform that, has this national spread. Because in Nigeria today, if you are not in PDP, it's only now that maybe when Obi decide to leave the PDP, maybe to Labour Party, before you now see people supporting him. But before, they tend to present us with the bad and the ugly. So we have no option than to choose one of them. But now there's a deviation. There's a deviation among that particular trajectory. We have a solo person now coming out, which is Obi, maybe and a Kwankwaso in the NNDP. But if both of them can form an alliance, it's not too late to me. If they can form an alliance, I tell you, the election will be won.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I will get, it's hitting up. We would take more of your interventions. Now, for those of us in the comment section, keep it coming. And for those who are not aware, the what's it called? The super chat, super sticker, and there is new one, I think super whatever is still active. And please, can we share this stream? Can we let others know that this conversation is happening? Let them come and join us. If you wish to be in the studio, join us on YouTube. You see the pin message there. You can join and click that. Will bring you directly there. Now, let me, on this platform, we have a lady here. So we should be according her some more, if you guys say you're going to be different, let's accord her some leeway here. And let's bring, Omoye's corner, because I can see that she is really been boiling.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So I wanted to piggyback on what Mr. John said about Kwankwanso and the town hall meeting and the bromance that everybody seems to be like going on about. In as much as I do support the idea of anyone willing to work with Peter Obi to please join, because we're trying to save our nation. However, please, it is Obi Dati, Ahmed Dati. We're okay with him as the VP, because we cannot forget when Mr. Peter Obi was trying to talk to Mr. Kwankwaso about coming to join, he did make reference to the fact that he was much older than Mr. Peter Obi and that he cannot be under someone he's older than. We can't forget that, even though to some people it may be trivial, but how can he now turn around and want to willingly work with someone he thinks is older or he's older than? So we want Obi, we want Dati to remain. I personally, and I echo the sentiments of a lot of Nigerians, we want young faces. Please, he can help us fight. Let's join in the fight and get our
working
hands
together,
dirty.
sorry, working together doesn't necessarily mean replacing Obi that
Okay,
replacing
that's
that.
what I wanted to clarify, because I don't want them to replace Obidati. Please,
No,
we like the team. Okay.
The reason why maybe you and I may not make good politicians is either if something is either white or is black. But for politicians, you know, they will tell you neither here nor there. It could be gray in between, because that's why for people like me, if I allow my emotion to take the better side of me, it will mean that the moment he granted that interview that I did a 45-minute video to respond to him, that nobody from the north will vote anyone from the southeast. For me, with that statement, he crossed the Rubicon. But I'm not a politician. If I were to be a politician, we can afterwards have conversations maybe and have some frada nono and kunu, and maybe things will, we can fix one or two things. But anyway, thank you very much for that intervention. Walter, Walter, before you, Cusco. Go ahead, Cusco, unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Actually, if based on what the lady is saying, if somebody will ask me who would I like to, I'm not against Tinubu, I'm not against anybody, I'm not for Obi. But if you ask me who
So
should
hold
join,
on, you're not against Tinubu. Are you?
No, don't worry, I'm coming.
Okay.
If somebody will ask me who would join together, I would say let's Obi and Sowero. I like Sowero's idea. That man is smart. Let them join together. But let me come to what Will was saying. Will was saying he was worried that he maybe did not pushing the North of PDP pushing this conviction of Atiku. Tinubu. Don't forget that Atiku also has his own problem in the USA. How come APC, Tinubu's side, is not pushing that conviction? But you see, here's what you have to realize. It's not good for us to come in here and generalize about the North. I believe that if you know what you're doing, do it right? If you look at Tinubu's antecedent and the way he behaves, right? His character, he's not supposed to be the president of Nigeria. The only way I will vote for him, I will say consider him. Let him come to US and clear his name. Let him go to Illinois and clear his name. And then maybe we'll consider voting for him. You understand what I'm saying? You can't come in here. You have to separate facts from fiction or facts from opinion. The facts we know is on record that he was convicted. Let him come and clear his name.
There is nothing there to clear. It's convicted.
No, he can come and dispute that. Let him come and dispute it.
No. No. 1993. So if he comes today, it means he no longer engaged in come on now.
Okay, let me even throw something ask for you guys to consider. If he becomes the president of Nigeria, If he comes here, wouldn't they arrest him for drug conviction?
No, they won't arrest him.
They won't.
Because,
Okay.
No, they won't arrest him because
he has executive power.
it is no. Even now he can come. The issue here, no one is looking for him. So that we'll get this in perspective.
Okay.
If he's a free citizen that can travel anywhere that he's got the authority to travel. However, the problem there is, it borders on someone, an ex-convict, quote unquote, by the virtue of the fact that you forfeited. I mean, it's like you go into you went into a shop to buy a handbag, and suddenly you came out, you have 5 handbags, and they said that the security caught you with 5 handbags that you didn't pay for, and an argument ensued. You said, "Whoa, I bought each of these handbags for 5,000," and suddenly they said, "No, we have evidence that you didn't pay for them, and you couldn't provide evidence that you did pay for them." But you say, "Okay, well, for me to avoid trouble, let me hand you over all the handbags." It means you're handing over $25,000, and the only thing here is on that morality that honestly, if you did not pay for them, or rather, if you had paid for them, you'll be willing to fight it till end of the world, right? But of course, because you did not, so you find a way to wiggle yourself out and start heading home. So that is actually what the issue here. One is morality. Two is that a leader must be seen to be upright. A leader must be seen to be above board. A leader, if not, how would you, if you had such case, how would you look and see NDLA destroying cocaine or marijuana or whatever? What would you say as a leader? You see, somebody being sentenced and you sign the executive order to actually fight corruption. How would you do that? I mean, have you, they jokingly say in Nigeria, any police officer that kills a dog has killed a colleague. So basically, signing executive order to kill someone who has actually engaged in narcotic trafficking. You've killed a colleague because that's what it is. So the morality makes everything to just go kaput.
Okay,
So,
let me land. Do you know that in America, I'm in Colorado. Do you know in America, if you are convicted of any drug-related offense, 1, you can vote. 2, you can't buy any guns. You see, you're not even supposed to have a gun in your house, right? So for the fact that he was convicted of this thing, that's too much, man. I'm telling you, that's too much.
It's called felony, right? That's
Yeah,
what
it's felony.
felony.
Yes. He can't even vote in US. He cannot.
You have felony record. That's it. You're done.
So that's fine. If he's not going to be allowed to vote, maybe we should apply that in Nigeria. You cannot be voted and you cannot vote. So that would solve that. But quickly, I think Fidelis Obi has been.
It's me.
Oh, sorry, Walter. It appears you put on your generator now because you were in that.
No, they just brought light. Our Nigeria factor.
Okay.
So I want to respond to the assertion of Mr. Wills when he said Tinubu ordeal must have been orchestrated by those Northern brothers. The truth is said, the Northerners are not our enemies. They are not our enemies. We have one common enemy. The elites who call themselves cabals and every other person.
The plutocrats.
Yes, the Northerners are not our enemies. So I want to believe, that's why I think I love Peter Obi more than anybody here. It comes out to say, the way we buy bread in Onisha, that's how you buy bread. They even kill, the Northerners are even more victimized than we Southerners. More Christians are more killed in the North than South here. So if Tinubu is facing any problems, I think Nemesis is catching up with him gradually. It has been, but Mr. Will, please, anyhow they do -1 devil.
-1 devil. So it will be left with Atiku and the obedience and the people, the victims. So if Atiku victimized or the Northerners went to US and did any kind of Maradona style to get Tinubu out, thank God they help Obi -1 devil. So we will face Atiku squarely. I know Atiku time is still coming. I know that for sure. Then as for Kwankwaso can never be part of Obi's dream, because when you watched his interview with Shehu the other time, he was so full of himself that when Shehu tried to tell him that why not merge with Obi, since he has some momentum from the east and you have some momentum from the north, Kwankwaso said that it can never, that if there will be any merger, is Obi will become his subordinate. I don't know where he got that no Northerner will vote for anybody, that they believe in the North. So let's just try it. Believe you me, if he has his chance again, he will be begging for Obi now to even be his running mate, but it's too late. So to me, let Kwankwaso just be himself there. Atiku, be yourself. Tinubu out of the system. I know someday they will still catch up with Atiku. Small by one, they will leave. So let's not not panic. Let's stand for the truth. And I still maintain, let's come out and make sure this person is not allowed. Agbado is not allowed, because if he contests, Mazi, tomorrow more criminals will come, and they will make just everything is precedent. They will make precedent that at one time Tinubu did all this atrocity and he came, they allowed him. Let's just allow this person. We cannot get Nigeria
but
with this.
don't you know, just think about this. In a Tinubu's presidency, you have MC Omolo as your Minister of Transportation. How about that?
That's why I say we should not even let that day break.
Okay.
We must come out, we must protest in a very peaceful manner, not only obedient to every other person, even PDP. I expect PDP to come out to say, no, you must come. No. You know why Tinubu is avoiding every media? Because he knows this person, Rufai, once asked him, that he was the first person who asked his aide, how come your principal amassed in bullion van and all these things? He couldn't say it. He's dodging all this because he knew that if he comes one, I can bet my life he cannot go to Arise.
Oh, what?
If he tries it,
so you mean Rufai will remove his boxers in the studio?
Exactly. So he know he cannot see all this. Tinubu is going check all the places he went now, where they bought everybody. Everybody is elite there. Nobody can answer question. Nobody can ask question. When he said he will insult people, they will clap for him. Shut up, they will clap for him. Nonsense.
Well, it's it is very easy when a man says recruit 50
million. So people like that, so he cannot go where he needs some.
When you
just even primary school question, he will not answer. So
I would wish, my wishful thinking is when he would ever debate, even if it means debating himself in a TVC studio, I don't mind, but I would want people to also fact check him. Yes, he doesn't mind. I know he will never come here because he will go with Hafshimi if he does. Bennett,
okay,
you have the floor.
Okay. Yeah, coming back to the issue of the legal status he had if he should step down, I believe in a way we can press on that. We can publicize that so that people can have a view or a better understanding of what kind of person he's been. But pressing it to the fact to bring it to force him to resign will be a distraction, and it will play into the game he wants. Because what Tinubu, the way they are built is that if they can't win, that is the typical thing that happens in Lagos. If you can't win, you scatter everything. If they see they are losing, they will scatter so that you will start afresh again and they'll get a second chance. So I don't believe that should be something we should concentrate on. But on the issue of Kwankwaso, Kwankwaso has been, he's coming from, he has never really separated himself from the old politics. If you see his reply and his attitude towards the offer made then by Labour Party, he had a bit of this tribal accent in his reply or in his position. So I don't think, no matter, see, everybody has a group plan. Everybody can. Tinubu brought out a manifesto. He can't defend that manifesto. That is why he's not. See, the conference they had, he brought people who will answer questions today because he doesn't know nothing about the manifesto. He has no idea about the manifesto. He has always been saying, I know how to bring the right people together and they do the job, but he can't do the job himself. So Kwankwaso having that good antics or whatever, it does not translate to reality when he gets into office or when he starts. So I don't really trust, I don't really believe in delivering a good talk or having a good idea on all that. It's about, like what P2B said, is competence and trust. You know, competence and trust. And I don't see any other candidates there. And moreover, the issue of Tinubu's influence in the north. See, you only need to take the example of the President Buhari. He asked Buhari to choose his vice for him. Buhari refused. And you know, initially, when through the primaries, you know Buhari's position, body language. Buhari knows who Tinubu is. He never really wanted Tinubu to come into power. In fact, not just Buhari, not just Tinubu, Amechi, and who else was that? Buhari was astonished about the amount of money Amechi stole from Rivers State and brought to APC. Buhari is a man that he's allergic to, let me say, he's allergic to corruption. But when he came into government now, he's confused because he has made a lot of, how do I put it? He has gone into contracts with so many people that he cannot perform because those that brought him there are those that are corrupt. So he cannot move. You know, Tinubu is such, what Tinubu does is when he does anybody a favor, he harvests their balls. They dance to their tunes. They can't. That is why all these people you see, Fashola, they can't speak for themselves. Fashola should be standing and saying, look, I did this in Lagos, not you. But most of them are keeping quiet over it for one reason or the other. The same reason, what was his name? The former governor, the one before Saul, was kicked out of office. So these people, that is why I said it's difficult. Tinubu coming into power, the same thing that happened to Buhari regime will happen to him because he has gone into covenant with so many corrupt and let me say set of people that will not allow him to perform. All these things he's saying, he can't perform. It is only Peter Obi who he has been speaking straight up, straightforward. He has not gone into any covenant with anybody. He has been careful with the people he chose to interact with, and he makes it clear what is to do. He doesn't go into a dark room and come out and everybody's like smiling and he doesn't tell you what they've discussed. But on the serious occasion, you see Tinubu going into meetings with, is it a Babangida or whoever, and they come out and they keep it secret. You know, so on this issue, I believe that this thing is done. I believe when Ogundipe said, look, the tsunami that is going to hit them, it's not mathematics. It's natural. This thing that is happening, it's natural. People in the north are setting up Tinubu up so that his fall will be very loud. When you go to Arewa meeting, in the Arewa meeting, you see their body language. They were not all Tinubu, hail Tinubu and all that. If you look at their body language, it speaks volume. So Tinubu has no hold in the north. He can do whatever he wants to do. And the Northerners are also not in there for Atiku because they said they've realized their mistake. That is, they've always voted on the tribal sentiment. And right now they are on the receiving end of it, and they've learned out of it. So they are really looking forward to see a better Nigeria that can benefit them, because they've been doing this for years. Still up to today, the poorest states in Nigeria are from the north. So they are waking up to realize all this rancadede that is fooling them, telling them who to vote. So this thing is very clear. I have no doubt about the outcome of this election. I have no doubt about it. But they can do whatever they want to do. I said Tinubu can play around. I mean, it's just like when you cut off the lizard's tail. The tail does not realize that it's been separated from. It will still be jumping around. So I'll rest it there. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just decided to give you all the time. So Omoya, will come back to you, but let me take Doc Igwe.
Hello, greetings everyone. Yeah,
Go ahead.
so I would just want to chime in from what Mr. Walter already said. With regards to the P2B merger with Kwankoso, and if body language reading into that is actually something to go by, from last town hall we had, I believe from body language of Kwankoso that this seems to be like something I feel he can still revisit. So I don't think he's completely dead. So I just think with the right consultation, because I'm saying this because I feel like that major will basically increase the chances of winning this election. And Kwankoso personally is someone I feel like he also has a lot to contribute. You know, initially he made the mistake of misjudging uh, the P2B's chances, and you know, with what is going on now, I definitely believe that, you know, he now realizes the mistake he has made. So if he extends the arm to try to make this major happen, I definitely think the Obidati campaign should make it happen. And so, and in that same line, Sowore is another man that I really have come to appreciate his stance, what he stands for. You know, he is someone who is outspoken. If the Obidati presidency becomes a reality, there is another man I would definitely love to be incorporated in the leadership of that government, because I know he will have a lot to offer. Uh, we we just need like-minded people in that government when we go in, if they go in, when they go in, because this is about salvaging the fortunes of this nation. And as for interview, of course, we know candidates who has been running away from interviews. And for me, I just feel that if you want to serve a nation and you are not ready to speak to the people, I don't think you have any business running in the first place. I can imagine, for instance, here in US, where say a Republican, Democrats presidential candidate, they have their debates separately, and we also have debates meant for the vice. And those are, if you don't, you, like once it's scheduled, people have to honor it and they go, because you have to talk to people and just out of respect. But some man just showing sheer disrespect for the entire nation by refusing time and time again to come and speak to the people. I just think that is a big red flag, and we should not allow that fly. I'm glad that the nation, you know, we are waking up and we're understanding that we deserve better. So this should be a standard that we should set. Any man, anybody who wants to run for anything in that country, and there's an interview, you town hall, whatever that might be, you owe it to the nation, to the people, to come out and speak and tell them how you intend to serve. You know, and that's something I believe until now the nation we've not been able to do until now. And it's almost like P2B now is now setting, setting the pace, setting the standard everyone is now trying to follow. But then running away from it, I don't think increases anybody's fortune. So, uh, and for
Okay.
P2B, his organizers, if the other presidential candidate do not show up, I just think it's much more respectful, much more appropriate for him not to sit there by himself. If he would just want to offer individual interview talk by himself, I think he can do that.
Thank you
Because I
very
don't, I
much.
don't, yeah, I don't think that optics look right. And then for INEC, another thing I was gonna say for INEC, I don't know the participation of the youth in INEC. So my thing is that is there a way to sensitivize the youth to try to participate more, to just I won't say monitoring because this is Nigeria we're talking about, but at least to just be a little bit more involved
Yeah, but
to kind of oversee the
how
process.
do you incentivize? Obviously, you probably are in the US. How can you incentivize someone in the US to come out and vote? I think it's a question of education. If everyone understands that this is a civic duty, if everyone actually begin to understand that when you do not, when we talk about rigging, the reason why they rig is because you didn't come out to vote. Now they have, reasons or causes, causes to utilize the materials you didn't, use. But if you actually understand that those cucumbers and carrots that take decisions that affect you, your children, your generation, then you begin to take it serious. Because if somebody, it just take, for instance, somebody, a tout, is not, I mean, someone who is a tout, just primary six, is making law for you that has to decide the future of your child who wants to study engineering, that wants to make law to decide how much education should get, fund research. That's why when maybe lecturers are threatening to go on strike and they are thinking of how to buy a new Prado, this isn't just pure madness. So, head or tail, no matter how we look at it as a people, we must be in a position to help educate one another, to help educate the less, those that are not as privileged as we are, because anyone in this platform, even those watching us, you're not an illiterate, because it takes certain knowledge to understand, to even be interested. Now we had, over 1,500 people watching simultaneously. It means that for people to be awake, listening to this diverse conversation, is because there is something spurring them, something is telling them to keep awake, to listen to this conversation. And what the only way and the solution we may find is when we do this more to liberate the mind. When the mind, I cannot say this enough, so proud of my people of Edo, what they did in 2019. When you give them money, they go water you with that money, even collect that money. Because of, by the way, it's their money. If we can form an army of a people that on election day they come with this money, we water them. Water. In fact, we go collect that money, share them. We will not even report to police. We go share them there and then. Water them on top of it. So that is the only way, we can probably get out of this quagmire and, where we find ourselves. Anyway, people, we cannot be here forever and ever. At some point, some of us may have to go. But before we do that, let me take Benedict, and after that, I'll take a Fidelix Obi. And for those watching online, please, 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 if you haven't subscribed, by all means. The YouTube algorithm tells us that the platform is being shadow banned. The only way we can do, unban it ourselves is by the power of the people. Just share, subscribe, and help promote the message on this platform. So, over to you, Benedict.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, beautiful. I'm actually excited to be here. When I saw the title of this live broadcast, I was like, is this a clickbait? US court releases certified true copies of Bola Tinubu's drug dealings. But after joining the meeting, after joining the stream, one question I want to ask before I actually go on to make my submission is it not possible for us to go legally to disqualify Tinubu based on this information? Because if he has been convicted, he's a convict. Can that information not be used to disqualify him here in Nigeria? That's one question. So I just want to make my submission because the truth is, as it is now, Tinubu is from the ruling All Progressives Party. And as it is, if they are the incumbent and they have the machinery of state, then it means that my fear, particularly if you consider the modus operandi of Tinubu, which is actually using thugs and all that, targeting strongholds of his opponent and disrupting elections there, which is exactly what they did in 2019, where they go to places where they feel there are Igbos, they send in thugs, and these were all caught in video. So my concern, particularly if Tinubu is in the race for the election of February next year, it will mean that he has access to federal might, which he can use to disrupt elections wherever he wants. As vigilant as we might want to be, no matter how dogged we are, if they come with the thugs and they start shooting gun and they do all that, I don't think I will wait, and a lot of people will probably not wait. So that's why I think if this kind of information comes out, if it can be used to legally disqualify Tinubu, it will be fantastic. And then on the issue of the North going the way of Atiku, I don't think the North is really as dumb as we may want to think, because like I think it's Walter who said it, the North is also going through the suffering that everybody is going through. And there are three categories of the North, from my perspective, the way I see it. There is the elite North, which cuts across both Christian or Muslim. Then there is the Christian North, which have always been intimidated. I have friends that live in Kano. I have friends that live in Sokoto. I have friends that live in Katsina. And the reports that I've always gotten from these people is that when it's election time, there is a high level of intimidation that even when you want to vote somebody that you want, there are people at the polling unit watching you to see who you will vote for. So that high level of intimidation does not allow the Christian North or even the Muslim North that do not necessarily want to go the way of the elite. The intimidation up there does not necessarily allow them to come and vote their conscience. So if we can use this information legally now, it will help us remove that tendency, because it will help us cancel the effect that Tinubu will have since he's having the federal might and being in the APC. So I just want to ask this question again, not to talk for too long. Can we not use this information to legally in Nigeria here disqualify Tinubu from this election?
Maybe if we have legal minds here, or maybe it's already morning now. This evening, I might have to reach out to some legal people to find out. So let's keep a date again this evening on this topic. We'll see if we can get some legal minds to throw some light there, so that we don't double into stuff that we don't know. But again, if you ask people, some people will say, well, why disqualify him? Let the people do so, instead of just disqualifying him. But again, it's just that it is sad. In Japan, someone like that may have, before they release this one, may have said to himself, I'm going to Third Mainland Bridge, because I've entirely disgraced myself, or
Exactly.
in saying people, I apologize, I really messed up, but dragging the whole thing and Americanizing it, it's something, it's inherent in the greedy, in the greedy politicians, where something that is very, very clear, but yet, we see how it's playing out. It's neither here nor there, but I think a point you raised that I think is going to be a thing to explore will be, what is that legal conversation? What does it mean? There is nothing. Bear in mind, before Ganifa died, when Tinubu was seeking for re-election late 2002 and early 2003, Ganifa was already in court with this document. Nothing in this document changed. This document was issued in 1993, right? So the only thing that's changed is, let me quickly share that document so that it may help us also to put context to this. The only thing that's changed, you see this red thing here, that the black, everything in black was there before now. The only thing that was added in August was as a result of that David Huandai expose, in which myself and him had an interview here. And by the way, for those that haven't really watched that interview, it's worth every single minute of yours. Go back and watch that interview. So now this has, because after that interview, I know how many of them that approached me threatening that I should go and remove that video from YouTube. And I said no, because what was discussed was based on public document. Now, and Njenje Media, as a media company, was willing to get into legal argument with this, but sadly for them, that didn't eventually happen, the threat that they came legally. So if you look at that, like I said before, the only thing there is the part in red that shows a true copy, attest Thomas G, but which is in some legal jargon school called that legal stamp or nota public or whatever it is. But one interesting thing also here that we would take out of this is, if you look at this, aside the house that was forfeited, here on the screen, you can see 3 account numbers, 3 different accounts, and every single money in those accounts were forfeited. One of the accounts, which is represented here, it says funds in accounts, it says the number held by First Heritage Bank in the name of Bola Tinubu. Funds in account number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, who amongst you, even if you're a medical doctor in America and you earn $500,000 every year, does that push you to go and open 5 accounts in one bank? There are things, even they say it's eye gauge. There are sometimes they say eye gauge, you're already a criminal, because there are some actions you take. It can, nobody, just like somebody, stopping you now, you have 15 credit cards in different names and you want to be innocent. For me, you're already guilty, because what are you doing with 5 different credit cards in different names, and they are in your possession? Now you can look at this in one Citibank, you can see these accounts number here, held by Citibank NA in the name of Bola Tinubu or Compass Finance and Investment Co. Now, funds in accounts here, account 1, 2, 3, held by Citibank International in the name of Bola Tinubu. One man. Now, if you just oppose this level of thinking, whatever that will push a man to go to this length, Just oppose that to when the election was about to happen in 2019. The bullion van that came to his house, whether that bullion van brought pure water or it brought Coca-Cola or maybe it brought some Sprite, is irrelevant. But the symbolic nature of a bullion van coming into your house at the eve of at the eve of an election, it speaks volume. But again, and in as a means of defense, the man in question looks Nigerians in the eye and says, "Your money they lost. Is it not, my money or what?" You ask yourself, and to know that some people would actually defend that, and those defending it are probably living on top of water. Those defending it, their parents probably have not received their 30,000 salary in the last couple of months. Mosquito is their best friend because of the environment where they live in now, and they go ahead and defend their oppressors. And I do not pity them, or rather, I pity them because out of ignorance, they do not see the consequences, or they do not see a correlation between their current state and that which they support. Because if they see it, why many of you are keeping awake, especially those of you in the diaspora, is for a very simple reason. Because you have left the the shores of Nigeria. You have seen systems work. Then you begin to question, if these systems can actually work this way, why can't ours work also? That is the thing. Because imagine those of you in the diaspora, I know how it feels because I've been there. There are times you sit back and you ask yourself, maybe it could have been better that you didn't come out at all, that you didn't know that, something, because sometimes you want to run amok, sometimes you want to run mad. You think every other person back in Nigeria is just cuckoo because you cannot understand it. You cannot understand why a man, a full-fledged man, will have his bath in the morning, come down, ask a driver to start a car. From his gate, he puts on a siren. Whew, 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 whew. It's only a man who is insane. It's only an idiot, a cucumber, a carrot that can sit in a car and be blaring siren. He's not attending to any medical emergency. He's not having a heart attack. He's not, it's just creating nuisance, blaring siren. It tells you the mind. And because the society has come to accept it as a sign of big manism, but I call it sign of oppression, because that what they do is to run you and I, our parents, our vulnerable parents and brothers and sisters, to run them off the street. But again, if they don't do twale for you, oh babao, and you spread them money, how would then you then know that they've arrived? And this keeps going on and on and on and on. It leads me to this. In conclusion, there was a video that I don't know many of you who are from the Southeast, you may have seen that video yesterday. There is this native doctor called Afia Fulago or whatever. It's marine something. I think he's in Asaba. I couldn't, it's about 12 minutes. I didn't watch it, but I think I watched about 6 minutes of it, 4 minutes of it, and I got the gist of the whole thing. Here in that video are two young men between the ages of 12 and 14 came to meet this native doctor. And this native doctor was live streaming it on Facebook. I think Chief Marine Pen Temple or whatever. If you just Google, I think that video was recorded either 2 days ago or there. Live streamed, not recorded, live streamed, so that you understand the implication of what I'm about to say. 12, 14-year-old came into the shrine, and the native doctor, while alarmed, asked them what they want to do. They said they want to make money. And they're trying to make money. He kind of jokingly asked them, who will he sacrifice? And the young man opened his mouth to say his father. Now, think about it. If you don't know the tragedy in this story that I just told, a young man of 12 to 14 years old, without belittling myself, at that age, what I enjoyed most was when it rained, to come out with my Superman pants to run during the rainfall. Our future at that point was not abused to think of material things. We had our childhood intact. But until this worship of money started by those that the society should look up to, especially those that are in the political class, tell me, why wouldn't anyone want to do whatever the bullion vans and their gangs have done? If you look at them, and the only thing you can see, men of no known means flying private jets. Who private jet know they're hungry? Why wouldn't children now want to do the same thing, even if it means go carry that drug? There is one we call meth. In my backyard, they call it Ngbolomle. And it's destroying the younger ones at home. And I tell them, the chicken has come home to roast. When our siblings gone abroad, doing same to those who think it mattered not. Today, if karma exists, some would argue that karma has come home, and that same thing we have done to others is coming home to us. Brothers and sisters, why are we here talking about this? Because many of us have seen the light to understand that these things happening today has consequences. When leaders have gone and have a part of engaging in drug business, money laundering activities, scandal of this and scandal of that, yet they could look at you in your eyes and still want to obtain your vote. You and I must have failed our generations, even up to 10 generations, if we look at all these things and we think it matters not. If the Nigerian state fails us by not stopping this crime, because this is nothing but crime, by not nipping it in the bud, you and I must have failed ourselves, the future generations, by not standing up and saying enough is enough. On that note, people, I will say thank you, everyone, for being part of this. Omoye Kona, I would allow us 1 minute each to give our closing remark. I will start with Omoye.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you doing this live stream because I this was on my mind the whole day, and I wanted to quickly respond to, I believe it was Mr. Bennett earlier. I want to push back on the fact that he thinks, or he, from his assertions, that Buhari is not really corrupt. And I'm summarizing, I'm not quoting him verbatim. So in case he hears this, don't come after me. I'm just trying to point out that there's no way we cannot accuse Buhari of being a corrupt leader, because he made himself a minister for petroleum, and look at what happened. Well, hearing the story.
Did anybody say we wouldn't accuse Buhari of being corrupt?
Mr. Bennett alluded to something like that Buhari is not a corrupt person, something like that. Like he was trying to exonerate him from the corrupt acts that we see that is evident, right? And I want to push back on that because there's just so much that's going on under his regime that we can see and we can read about. So for anyone to even try to remove Buhari from this, boo-boo from this, I think it's to me ridiculous. The man should be held accountable for every embezzlement that is going on. People are stealing with everything, with bullion vans and the rest. Okay, so I want to just put that out there. And his wife, again, is living in Dubai. Where are they getting the funds to do that? Isn't that your money and my money? So, and then the idea of maybe PDP is the one behind it or whatever. At the end of the day, let both of them, and I've said this on different platforms, I want Agbado and Mikano, the group of them, to fight publicly and strip each other naked. That's what I want. So the error that is going on in their camp ought to continue because we've had enough. And the whole idea that we're just going to let this whole document that has been made, that has been certified, just go like that, I don't support it. We are our own. We ought to be putting our voice and raising it to the roof. It might not change anything. It might not force him to stop running, but enough noise will wreak a lot of damage in his camp because we can't be silent about it. To your point, Mr. Njenje, 10 generations, you said, 20 generations. Look at us. Look at us. How many of us here can say we went to college, free education, and we went to get second degrees and the government paid? How many of us can boast of that? But I have a friend whose mother went to school on government money from Nigeria. She schooled in America, first degree, second degree. So, I mean, we're just going to, if we do not fight and push back right now and put our voices, use the voice that God has given us to scream, even though we don't have the power, not in office to make anything happen right now, but our voice counts. So and we need to educate our people. You can't leave education to anybody. If you know a few people, gather them, they talk to them. My brother in Worry, you know a few people around you, they gather them. This is how it happens. So civil liberty is important. Your vote counts. So speak in the language they understand, whatever language you speak, because we are the ones that will solve our problems. Nobody's coming to help us. Nobody's going to save us. We need to secure our countries and our people. So I would end this by saying, if you have not yet collected your PVC, I don't know what you're waiting for. Do not run, do not walk, fly. Go and collect your PVC if you're in Nigeria and vote this madness out of office. We need to change things around. Thank you very much, Mr. Njenje. Great bye to everyone on the panel.
Thank you very much. And that is a very fantastic summary you have given. And on that note, I will bring in Joe Yakubu, please.
Okay. Thank you, Sprint. So this is what I'm going to say. Do not underestimate the power of Obi in the north as well. Okay, because a lot of people feel like Obi is not going to is not going to hold water in the north. They feel the pain. Everybody in the north feel it, and all they gotta do to try to stop everything right now is the people in, like, the governors. This is what the Nasarawa governor did. If you see what the Nasarawa governor, they gotta keep on bringing all this kind of thing to distract people, not to see that Obi has a stronghold in the north. But let me tell you, the Christian in the north will never allow uh the other people to have their vote, because they already see, because they suffer it a lot. So
Thank you.
take that one out of your mind, that Obi is not strong in the north. It's super strong. And don't underestimate the power of Dacia as well. Okay?
Thank you.
Don't underestimate the only thing, if the remote part of the north is being captured, and they know more about the thing. It's very is the awareness is just simple. If they know, okay, Baba, Mama, Yaru. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm saying it in the Hausa, like Papa, Mama, Pekin, right? So if you can show them that and show them how to do it, trust me,
But
you see.
you're talking of Papa Mama Pekin. I also hear that in the north there is one that they call Babam Pampas.
Yes, so that you know who they meant. I don't want to mention his name as
I
well.
don't know.
So
I'm
you know
just I just read it. You may help
they
me
know
translate.
they know who the person is. So and to crown it out, that very person religion is not that strong. That's why they have to bring somebody to come to make it to have a balance of it. Do you see what I'm
Okay,
saying?
thank you.
So
Thank you
I
very
don't want to
much.
put anything beyond that, but that's the part. So
Thank you
we
very
strong
much.
in the north as well.
So there is Mama, Papa Pekin, and there is Babam Pampas. That's very interesting. So Mani Zubi. Mani Zubi, it's your turn.
Thank you so much, Njenje Media. I like the awakening of Nigerians, in so many places, especially in diaspora. I've lived in the US for over 25 years. Actually, I can tell you, I've never felt like I'm from here, and I look at what is happening in Nigeria every day, from day one till now. The awareness for the 2023 election is very encouraging. And I like that a lot of people are coming out to air their views and things like that. But there's a lot of things that I would like to bring up if I have time. Our elections in Nigeria do not stop at voting. A lot of young people want change. But sometimes, if we don't follow our votes, the people the people and the cabal and their, cohorts will always change the narrative. I was in 2015 election. I was in Nigeria. I was in a house where there was like about 10 people who want some certain presidency or presidential candidate to win. But in that house, about maybe as we are 10, it's only me that went out to vote. But I went out to vote because I had other people. They were sleeping in the house, but the person who took me had all kinds of entourage, police, and all that. After the voting that day, it's at night that I came to find out what happens in Nigeria. I find that guy took me on that entourage all throughout the night. They were collecting and bribing people who are electoral officers, collecting the the voters register, and now using their thumbprint to vote even when people did not vote. So with that very bitter experience, I was just watching them, but they're related to me, but they don't know how bad that I was feeling and how much they are spending and giving. I was seeing. In the morning, they called the election. Those other people that were in the room with me, they want to come and see the result, but they did not go to vote. So what I'm saying is this: if the Nigerian youths do not stand up and make sure that they follow their vote, to the right places and make it count, we will always have the same. We have been there. We have been here for so many years. Look at what we are talking about. People who are like in the presidential cadre, like what Tinubu have done, and he wants to be president. I'm from Imo State. A lot of you know what happened in Imo State and how the governorship was changed and where we are today. A lot of things that are going on in Imo State, like the kidnappings and the killings and all that, is because we have the governor who has gone through those kind of kidnapping and all those kind of things ruling us. So the young youth think that is the way to go. So if we do not find a way to stop these wrong people from being in the right places, things are not going to change. Nigeria is not going to change. I'm using this. Thank you for what you're doing, and I see a lot of interest in what young Nigerians are doing every part of the world. We need to really, really come out, because if we don't do this, our generation cannot needed change in Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Mani Zubi. Thank you. We do appreciate your time. And Mark, can you quickly your final word or your intervention?
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. First, I would like to I want to ask something. There was a comment I dropped earlier on about the documents, about the Tinubu's this document that just surfaced. So I was thinking, okay, what if we succeed in getting the court to disqualify Tinubu? What happened based on Nigerian constitution? Do you understand? Is it like another person is going to replace him? Does the party, as an APC, have the power to field in another candidate to replace him?
No, it has gone beyond the time of replacement. If anything happens to any of them now, that seat becomes vacant.
Okay. That's
except death. Before, because now the new electoral act has, or law has, in the case of death, before, during, and at the time of governor, president elect. Before the swearing.
It's actually fine, because I was having the concern if APC have to have the power to replace the candidate, then they might just field in someone that would be more like a thorn in the flesh for Obi's success. You understand this? I'm talking about someone like Yemi Osibanjo, which I know is actually very credible also. But fine, if you say the constitution doesn't accept that at this time, like since they have passed the level. And secondly, I want to also add to what one of my fellow brother here said concerning the Northerns. You understand? I don't think the Northerns are like I don't think they're just they're easily they're going to be easily swayed, just as it was before. And I had a friend, like I met a friend recently actually from Kaduna State. I used to hear that, okay, yeah, Kaduna is not even owned by the Fulanese or other tribes. But I got to hear from her directly, and she was telling me that like 85 to 90% of people in Kaduna are actually Christians. So I was very shocked, and I was asking her how possible. So how come your past governors for how long has always been from the Fulani or the Hausa? So how come? Said it's actually a national issue. Like everybody have the same problem. Like these people just want to. So I tend to understand now that it's not going to be just that easy. I know Taraba is filled with Christian people. Niger State, almost the same thing. Nasarawa, almost the same thing. And they felt the heat. They felt the heat within this Buhari's regime. And I know it only demands so much sensitization, like especially with people from the north, to let them understand, okay, this is how to make a change. These are like the things to do, and this is the party to go for. Okay, you understand? We don't want to continue like this. And I believe a lot of people are going to, especially the Christians. There is so much vote to garner from the northern Christian population, so much of it. If Kaduna can be 85 to 90% Christian, then what are we talking about? You look at Nasarawa, you look at Niger State, look at states like Benue, which the Middle Belt and the rest of it. Man, I think P2B has like a very strong vote. I really think. So in summary, I really want to appreciate you, and I think we should do more, especially if we have people obedient around the northern the sphere, the geography sphere, they can help to do more in terms of trying to inform people, trying to do more sensitization to let people understand, okay, they can go about this voting thing and how not to succumb to this vote buying thing anymore, because I think I voted before, but I only voted once. I voted. I was supporting Buhari during the 2015 because I thought he was going to change things, but he coming around, I'm very disappointed up to now. So I am voting for the second time this time, and I just hope I'm going to follow up my vote, and I advise every other people to also do the same and mount their polling unit, mount their vote to make sure it counts. That is all I have to say. I thank you very much for what you're doing. I thank you for your good work. Safe.
Thank you very much for that. We'll then take Fidelix Obi. Fidelix, are you there or are you gone to sleep? Fidelix, you can unmute. You can unmute.
Yeah, I'm still here. Thank you for the opportunity once again. Yeah, everybody have spoken well. We all are in the same boat, because if Nigeria is working, we will cease to be the welfare department of our relative down there. So, we'll have some rest. So if you check all the money we are sending back home to assist these people, when Nigeria is supposed to be doing better than that, you find out how deep the problem is. And, today I just contemplated. I just said, let me reach out to somebody who has been, asking for something, and I realized that today £1 is 969 naira. I was like, am I really? I refreshed the fintech again to make sure that I'm not in the wrong place.
So
that
pounds
was
is that? Hold on, no. What they say when they talk the one way good for sick man here, you go say make una they turn the pillow. So pounds today that amount, nobody they pay tight for this place. How did they happen that? Come on.
Just came in today. What we know is that we want that country to work. Pounds today, this afternoon, £969 for £1, 69 naira for £1. I was like, and then back in Nigeria, a bag of rice is 50,000 naira. Can you imagine that? So what are we talking about? All these people living outside Nigeria canvassing for Buhari. I don't know what is wrong. They need some certain, cleansing. They need to be delivered. Something is wrong. I'm here. I've been living here in Europe before I even moved to UK for 25 years. I don't know what is blackout. I've never seen it. I don't know what is some certain things, and then you are living here, and then you are seeing the situation down there.
You've joined those people that moved down to Europe and they no longer engage in midnight prayers, binding and casting demons that fly around.
What demon is flying around? They are the ones flying around.
No, but in darkness, when the whole place is in darkness, even if there are no demons flying around, your mind will create demons that you have to fight because there is darkness.
Yeah, darkness, and then some people created that darkness, and then you are still here supporting this. Tinubu has been around in the political arena for decades. He has been there for decades, and there's nothing to show for it except his riches. Atiku, his own principal said that what he has accumulated can, the next generation and the one after them and the one after them, and all these things were stolen. And then you are still boldly coming out to speak for him. I mean, me, I'm not that very much religious, but I believe God is in heaven. So if these people if there is something in their heart that calls conscience, at least they will understand that. Why is this man always want to be president? That is just all they want to be, not to work for the people, just to put it in their resume, on their history, that they attain their dream of being the president of Nigeria, because that is all they believe. It's left for them to fulfill. They have done everything, they have fulfilled everything. But I'm answering that name, Nigerian president, not going there to do anything. Once you realize this thing, you understand that these people are not for Nigeria. They don't mean well. You don't come out for interrogation. You don't come out for scrutiny, and yet you want to rule people. Who can come out today and tell me one thing that is working in Nigeria under APC? Just one. In all trajectories. What is that? There is flooding all over the land.
Hold on, but you've just said one thing that is working under them. I mean, you just said it before now. Pounds is 900 and something, so it's working. That means your pounds is adding value.
It's not adding no value because things have tripled down there. So it's the same thing. What was bag of rice 8 years ago? It was 7,000 or 8,000. Today it's 50,000. Can you imagine that? It has not. It has quadrupled. So you think I'm happy? When before I used to send 10,000, it will solve a lot of problems. Today I have to send 50 to solve the same problem or even less. So what do you think that is benefiting me? Of course not. It's in fact my problem have increased.
But if you just send in next week now, if you send 1,000 pounds, that means you're a millionaire in Nigeria on the spot.
A millionaire. That what can you do with it? What can they do? They will feed, they will eat, they can't do anything. Tomorrow they will eat it all and then go to toilet and then call again and say, you know what, we are starving.
Anyway,
so how long will we continue to do this? This is the problem. We can't keep on sitting here watching Nigeria. Bayelsa State governor came out the other day, was almost crying. Nobody have even reached out to him. Where on earth does this kind of thing happen? Where people are dying, some are sleeping in their roof, in their ceiling, and the president is here in the hospital. He's here. All meaningful countries have gathered in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, discussing the problem of the world as per climate. I saw William Ruto, articulating the problem of Kenya, speaking forcefully, and then the giant of Africa in words was nowhere to be found.
So by virtue of your last statement, you just called Nigeria a giant walking on a mosquito limb.
Like they are giant for nothing, like the Camry they call big for nothing, just big for nothing. Because what are you show? What is there to show for whatever? We are big, disorganized. Nobody is, So please, I'm begging those people who believe that you can see Obi everywhere they call he will go, he's there. Everywhere he's there, trying to let Nigerians understand that this country needs stamina. That is what he's saying. This country needs stamina. Someone with stamina, capacity. That is the person who can be able to run Nigeria. Not now another Buhari from the fire we are already. I don't know whether we are going to inferno. Because Tinubu, basically, everybody must understand, Tinubu being in Asorok is not going there to be in charge. P2B use that language always. I will be in charge.
Thank you very much, my good brother. Thank you. As we are rounding up now, your closing remark, I think the next person will be Benedict. 1 minute, if you don't mind.
1 minute. Let's not be afraid. Let's not be intimidated, because there's a lot of intimidation going on. And I think a lot of the strategies of these two big political parties will have to do with intimidation, because going by reason, there's no reason why anybody should be supporting any of these two parties if we're going to go by reason. But because of intimidation, a lot of people draw back. I know people who are intimidated. They know that these two people cannot deliver, but they are afraid because of their contract. They don't want their contracts to be touched. They don't want their source of income to be touched. So they are afraid. But I think, and I told them, I said, look, if we do this, we will not have a country to bequeath to our children. We have already borrowed the future that we cannot, our children cannot pay for. So if we are afraid at this time, it will be a shame. So let's not be afraid. Peter Obi can win, and he will win by the grace of God. But we need to come out and do our part. And that's to do this talking. Let's not be tired of doing the talking. However we can, wherever we get the opportunity, let's continue to do it. They think that we will run out of steam, but we will not run out of steam. Let's come out. If we come out, 80 million people with PVC, 80 million plus. If those 80 million can come out, it will make it impossible for them to buy votes. Because it will mean that all the monies they have stolen, they will spend close to 4 to 5 trillion to even buy votes if all of us come out. And then whatever talks they have, their talks will be outnumbered if we all come out. And that's why they are doing all these propaganda things, to make sure that people are discouraged, and people are intimidated, and so that people cannot come out, to make it easy for them to rig their way in. But let's not be intimidated. Let's keep faith. Let's all come out. Let's mobilize like this lady said. Let's get our PVCs and then keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Costco?
Well, I appreciate everybody. Personally, I think Nigeria has gone beyond repair. Personally, I wish the Peter Obi would just, get out of the way, let Tinubu take over, and that way that country can completely die. Nigeria is beyond repair. If Tinubu goes in there, he will destroy that country completely. Look at the story you narrated at the beginning of your closing market. Young people now, they want to kill their mother for money. What is that they say? Monkeys see, monkeys do. Right? In psychology, they call it nature versus nurture. What you do in your home and your kids are watching you is what the kids will do. Those people in Nigeria, this so-called leader, they're very wicked, very, very wicked and evil people. Do you remember what they did when COVID was in full force? They took all the food left for our people, and our people were starving. They took it and hid it in warehouses all over the place. That country, what they're doing, they're playing deadly game with our lives and our future. When I first came to America, they inducted me to get into the Marines. Now I'm regretting I didn't join. I should have joined. I should have joined, see. Those people in Nigeria are very wicked. Very, very wicked people. All of them need, in my opinion, all of them need to die. There has to be a way to kill all of them. But anyway, that's all.
No, please. This platform does not support violence. Neither do we support violence. But we may support mild knocking. Just to offer brain reset. Tio, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mazizuki, for this opportunity and then for the amazing job you do for this Obidati movement. I've been following you on YouTube and other social media platforms. Yeah, so sorry, my network was giving me some trouble before. Yeah, I think for me, what we need to do is to keep enlightening Nigerians on the implication of having Tinubu on the ticket, on the presidential ticket, because I don't see him winning this election to start with. But for him, being on the presidential ticket itself is already a big slap on our faces as Nigerians, especially those of us that are enlightened, because like Mr. Peter Obi keeps saying, they keep bringing religion, ethnicity, and other primordial sentiments, in order to keep dividing Nigerians and to keep getting votes from less enlightened people, ignorant segment of the society, and people who they've used their poverty to weaponize and make them unable to take informed decisions by themselves. So let's keep enlightening Nigerians. Let's make this his drug case now to keep going viral. I know there was a time one David Hundeyin, wrote about his drug case, and it went viral then. But this time around, let's keep pushing it. We must not allow it to die down. And I also heard when Mr. Izuki asked a question as to whether we should push for his disqualification. Yeah, I think we should do that. If possible, go to court. I know that it may be almost impossible for him to be disqualified just because of the kind of system we run in Nigeria. Because ordinarily, if we are a normal society, this is already enough for him to resign. from contesting. If we are living in a normal society, but we know the kind of society we live in. But if we keep pushing this now, a lot of people will keep getting the message, and then his momentum will keep going down. And of course, there are a lot of things he has done already, which has already put him at disadvantage. For instance, making his campaign a tribal affair. Starting with a Milocon, going on about trying to get Afenifere endorsing by all means. That is already making a lot of Nigerians from other parts of the country, not to be interested in his campaign. Of course, we know how northern youth have been mocking him with videos and all that. I'm sure other parts of the country are also getting the message, because right now, Nigerians are already aware that of going by what we have gone through under Buhari's nepotism, where it has brought us. So I'm sure Nigerians do not want to take that kind of risk, coupled with the fact that he's sick and all that. So he's not an option. Let's be optimistic. I believe that Mr. P2B will win this election, but let us teach Mr. Tinubu and his supporters lessons that Nigerians can no longer be taken for a ride.
Thank
As it
you
stands
very
now,
much.
Mr. P2B, I'm sure, will win North, South, East, South, South, North Central, have a large percentage of votes in the Southwest and other parts of the North, which will then make him to win the election in February. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much. Thank you. Now, I think we have Echezona, who is not on camera. Echezona, if you're still on stream, let's know, else you'll be moved out of the stream so that other people can come in, because we have a couple of people waiting at the background. Echezona, are you there, or have you been kidnapped in Zauza room? I guess so. My guess is, my instincts never fail me. So Echezona will be kicked out then, so that we get more people in. Now, we are basically rounding up. Probably for the benefit of doubt, we'll give those that just joined us. Michael, I hope you are safe, because you appear to be driving. So as long as you're safe, then you can make an
No.
intervention.
I'm safe. I'm safe. I just voted. I'm in the car waiting for my wife. I just voted for the midterm election.
So who did you vote? Did you vote for Trump to come back?
My brother, Trump is not a material. So for we that live here, we wear the shoe. We know where it pinches us. It's unfortunate that our brothers in Nigeria, they keep, pushing the negative. We live here, and we know what is all about. What democracy is all about in the United States. So I voted. I won't tell you guys lie. I voted throughout Democrats. It's just like in Houston, it's like 102. Ballots we are casting. Those 102, it includes prepositions and the candidates. So my wife and I, we voted Democrats. So
okay, let's you guys have you guys have gasoline and electricity there. Can we come down to here and let's have you are in America, obviously you have seen the report of Tinubu. If in 2 minutes, not more than 2 minutes, if you may, can you tell us what your take is?
I saw that. For real, I've not seen any report. I just went to YouTube and I saw you guys. I tried to log in before the message I received was they will give a lot to you guys to let me in. But I waited. Nobody elected. I wasn't able to come in until now. I tried it again, and I was allowed. So what I'm trying to tell you guys is that you guys are doing good, especially this channel, this platform. You know, I've been watching you guys. I've been listening to you guys. I've been following you guys. You guys are doing good. You guys are doing good. And
I hope
believe
you are
that
subscribed
God.
to. I hope you are subscribed to our guys.
Will you be able to let me know in without subscribing?
Sorry?
Is it possible to let me in? Is it possible to let me in without
No,
subscribing?
anybody can come in. But that's by the way. Go ahead.
Okay, so for subscribing, I have already subscribed to your channel for a long time. You know, for me to be getting it often and on, it means that I have your subscription. So I have interest of my country in my heart, in my mind, in my spirit, and we do pray for Nigeria on daily basis. You know, so what I'm trying to tell, I'm just encouraging you guys. You guys are doing good. You guys are doing good. Very, very great. You guys are doing great. So,
but why are you detaching
our
yourself?
Nigerian politicians.
When you say you guys, when you keep raising you guys, you somewhat detach yourself from the whole thing. That's
okay. I'm sorry. You people. Okay, let me use you people. You people. I'm sorry. You people. Okay, you brothers and sisters are doing great. You brothers and sisters are doing great. I am just ashamed of our elderly ones, leaders, politicians that keep recycling men. You know, that's dangerous. They keep recycling men, and besides, they don't want to do the right thing. They will come to this place, and they will see, and they, you know, witness all that their fellow men, you know, the leaders of this country is politicians too. Our own politicians will come here, and they will drive good road. They will enjoy electricity. They will enjoy a good atmosphere, you know, and they can't even do the same. At least 1/10 of what is going here, do it in my country. This is what I do tell people. If 1/10 of what is going here is being done in my country, many of us will not like to be here.
Yes, that's true.
So I just want to encourage you guys. You know, I didn't say half of it. I'm just saying 1/10 of it, because we considering by what is going. Like now, we have voted. My wife is here. We have done we have voted. You know, we have performed our civil rights. It's easy. You just step in there. You give them your ID. They just put it in the machine.
You know,
the ID will come out. They will give you paper. Man, very easy.
Because you said you have voted for a couple of times. Let me actually, you know, the way you are. So, one of our brothers in 2011 voted, and he said his happiness that he's voted. Let me tell you. So, because you've said it a couple of times, let's actually bring him in on a lighter note.
All right. Have you voted?
I'm voted, yeah.
Okay, so
I'm happiness, I'm voted, yeah.
tell me your feeling after voting today.
Yeah, after voting, I'm feeling okay. What I want, I get it on the result. I'm getting the party I want is the one going on. Thank you for that.
What are you expecting from these people you voted?
I'm voted, they can do what you want, and then when they want, what they want, inshallah, we'll happiness more.
Well, I take it after you have voted now, your happiness more. Anyway, that's on a lighter note. So, Sydney Bokwe, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you, Mazi. I was listening to you guys, and everybody's ranting, but you see, Nigeria is what it is, and we have to be realistic. We are not a nation that people will resign, or, if you like, bring out all the statements from the drug allegations. It doesn't move those guys, because they know that they hold they are manipulating the instrument of state. So it's something that yes, we'll keep pushing it so that we know the man. But that's why the man is not ready to do any debate. He's not ready to answer anybody. You know, he doesn't care. He feels his own party will do what they want to do. They want to control the narrative, and that's what it is. So I think, yes, we'll project that, but our focus as a people should be how we can bring out the 91 million people that, as it is, have registered. How can we bring a more massive percentage of young people out with their PVCs to vote on D-Day? That is the crux of the matter. At the end of the day, no matter how much we project against these big behemoths, they really don't care, and they're not interested. They don't feel shame. Shame is not a problem for them. They actually embrace it. So we should know that that is the political class that the Nigerians are. So the onus is on us as Nigerians to say, you know what, damn the consequences. We're going to be able to vote and sustain our votes. And if not, the truth is that the country is in comatose. Even when you look at Peter Obi, I think if you give him a second chance, he may say, you know what, let me go and enjoy my money and my children and leave this whole business. But he's already in the deep end. He knows that this is a rescue mission, not to do miracles, but to begin to set the nation on the right course. So to give us a chance. That's what he is. I think at the bottom of his heart, is just he wants to give us Nigerians a chance. And we need to take it. And based on my own permutations, he's the man on the driving seat. He is on the driving seat because he has two zones on lockdown. To win this election, you need to have at least 3 zones on lockdown. You need to have that. And he's the person that has 3 zones on lockdown. He has South-South, he has Southeast, and he has North-Central. Now he needs to make inroads. So that is why there's so much pressure against him, because they could not believe that he could do that. Tinubu doesn't have any zone on lockdown. He only has Southwest, which is still cagey because of the Afenifere issue. The other man, Atiku, is struggling with his own zone. So basically, they don't have 1 zone on lockdown, but he has 2. So, and that's why you see when INEC brought out the registrations, you see that those 2 zones that he has on lockdown, they had to work against it to reduce the number of registrations. That's why the Southeast registration cancelled were so massive, the South-South so massive, and the North Central, because they know that that is Obi's stronghold. And if he has massive votes registering from there, he wins this election. But I tell you, 4 hours after this election, if all things go according to my permutation, 4 hours, we'll celebrate on the streets. After this election, in 4 hours, it will be end of the game. He will win. That I'm very sure about it, because there's no other chance. Even Kwakwanso knows that Obi has the chance. He's in the lead. So all I ask is, let's hold our aggressions. Let's not be perturbed or distracted. These guys will not, the shame does not worry them. They can do whatever they want to do.
Thank you.
It's not a shame. But thank you very much, Mazi.
Thank you for the words of encouragement. But you started saying that people have been ranting, but for some reason, we don't take offense, but you ended up ranting more than maybe the people that were ranting before you joined. So
it's okay. We're all ranting.
It's exactly so. It's ranta.
It's not a bad word. It's a ranta, so it's not a bad word.
So, while who haven't we taken now? I think, Godwin, have you had your final word? Because we're just, about to close. We couldn't exceed 4 hours, people.
Yeah, please. I want to join the queue to say thank you, Mazi. Is okay. You've been wonderful. I've been following you for God knows when. So keep the good work going. So mine is very short. Uh, Before now, I was honestly depressed. I was depressed because of the whole information I got today from Showore, from Dino, a whole lot of, you know, backbiting and bad words. I was like, what is going on? But thank you, Sydney, for that motivational talk. I want to say thank you. So the background is noisy. What is going on?
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Showore, I can't describe that guy. And he said he helped Peter to go have access to Labour Party. So I'm wondering why you don't subscribe to this man's philosophy. You don't even believe he can. You believe is the still good order. So why on earth would you help? Oh.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my question is, why would you on earth, somebody you don't subscribe to, why would you help him have access to Labour? Why?
Anyway, I don't. Let's not get no. Let's not get into sorries. If we stick to what we are saying, we are actually about closing, and the issue is about Tinubu and the drug and money laundering case that he has. If we should contest, so that we don't necessarily, maybe on a different date we might treat that one. But so that we don't.
Okay.
Anyway,
I'm just coming in. So yeah, I saw that Tinubu's I saw it, but I didn't read it. I was in a rush to enter before you guys closed because I was just coming in. Yeah,
that's fine.
So I'm happy today. At least I heard Sydney comment, so I'm motivated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Chiakomas, please. Chiakomas. Kindly unmute yourself.
Good evening, everybody. I am so happy to, join this conversation. I've been watching live since you guys started. I tried to join, but I couldn't. But luckily, I'm here at the final remark or closing remark. Njenje, I want to really appreciate you for what you're doing. I've been a subscriber of your channel for a long time, and I do appreciate your heartfelt energy towards making Nigeria a better place. So mine will be probably opening and closing remark at the same time because I've been watching. Like everybody has said, I really appreciate that both people at home and people over here in the US and all other places. Talking about this Tinubu's case, I think that's what I want to really emphasize a little bit. When we were having that conversation of is he going to be legally paid attention to or not, we are still in the campaign season. We are not even at the polls yet. I think if we are following the rule of law in the country, I think it's necessary that he is legally called up onto it, because we can't have criminals lead us. We can't have criminals even come to contest in the first place to compete in an election where you have, everybody's heart in your hand. So in a country where things are stable, once such thing comes up, he wouldn't even wait for the public to see it. He will vote. He will walk away. But in our country, we have people that are so daft, so locked up in their own little self that, we are the poor masses. We can't say anything. They are the cabals, like they call themselves. They own the country. They own the states. They own everything, who will talk to them. But unfortunately, now is not years back. We are standing on our feet and we are saying no to corruption, no to criminality, no to everything that will, harm our country or spoil our name in the global platform. So I think on that note, we should, like you said earlier, Njenje, get legal minds maybe in the next conversation so that we can jump into it and trash it out. Thank you
very much.
everyone, and I'm happy joining.
Thank you. I mean, you said it. The country is not working as it should. In the words of the man in the National Assembly representing Kazaure, he says that the economic is doing like this, it's
Our
doing like
economic
this, it's moving.
is doing like this. It's doing like this. It's blinking, shaking. So
the economy is disabled.
So everything, the economy is blinking, is shaking. The people are moving, the people are shaking.
Oh my God.
So the last person is
so many
Onero,
clowns,
please.
honestly.
Onero, please.
The economy is drunk.
Onero, please. It's your network is blinking, is shaking. Onero, see? Your network is blinking.
You
and
caused
shaking.
it, Njenje.
No, it's
You
not me.
caused
On
it, Maz.
it's for me.
You started the blinking.
No. It's if anytime I get involved, I will take you to the things will be past participles. I don't do.
You will be a past participant. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
It's you.
Ebu agomia. One day we go me. Say yesterday you are a past. So very soon you shall be past. Party. One day. Say tickle. One night.
So yesterday we started this thing. It was past. Today everybody is tickle. On that note, I say good night, everybody. It's been a wonderful night having you all. So hopefully later today we'll find out if I will get. I'll reach out to some people. Let's take legal angle to this case and see how it is. So try as much as possible to join us later today. I don't have a specific time because I haven't spoken to anyone yet, but by the day break, I should be able to make some contact. But I reckon from 9 o'clock, 10 Nigerian time, we may be live again just to have this conversation. We must keep, driving this narrative. But I think by the fact that Onero is back, let's try once more and see if he's got a better network. Onero, are you able to unmute yourself? Oh, there. I've tried my best. So this is a confirmed blinking and shaking. So on that note, I say, guys, tomorrow is another day. Thank you and good night. Bye, everyone.